The distinct advent of the Dacian people is inextricably linked to an understanding of the intricate web of Thracian tribal confederations that held sway over southeastern Europe during the nascent stages of the Iron Age. The Thracians, a collection of Indo-European linguistic groups, had firmly rooted themselves across an expansive domain stretching from the sun-drenched Aegean Sea to the formidable Carpathian Mountains by the 8th century BC. Within this extensive Thracian realm, the forebears of the Dacians progressively forged their singular identity through a measured progression of cultural divergence and territorial unification. The Thracian tribal confederation functioned as a loosely interconnected amalgam of kindred yet self-governing factions. Each of these groups maintained its own leadership, distinct warrior cadres, and localized customs, while simultaneously adhering to fundamental shared linguistic, theological, and cultural tenets. Historical accounts from Greek chroniclers of the 7th and 6th centuries BC portrayed the Thracians as formidable combatants renowned for their elaborate funerary rites and sophisticated metal crafting traditions. Nevertheless, these very same historical narratives began to differentiate among various Thracian subgroups, highlighting variations in their settlement configurations, military structures, and devotional practices. Archaeological findings unequivocally indicate that the nascent Proto-Dacian tribes initiated the assertion of their unique character during the 6th century BC, particularly within the territories situated north of the majestic Danube River. This process of differentiation gained momentum as these northern Thracian contingents encountered a distinct array of environmental challenges and opportunities, divergent from those experienced by their southern counterparts. The rugged, mountainous topography of the Carpathians and the fertile, expansive plains of Transylvania collectively fostered an environment conducive to the advancement of specialized agricultural methodologies, robust defensive strategies, and intricate trade networks. The pervasive influence of the Hallstatt culture, which held sway over Central Europe from approximately 800 to 450 BC, proved instrumental in shaping the early material culture of the Dacians. Hallstatt ironworking methodologies permeated eastward through established trade routes and migratory population movements, ultimately reaching the Carpathian Basin during the 7th century BC. Dacian artisans and smiths adeptly customized these techniques to suit their indigenous requirements, giving rise to uniquely designed iron implements, formidable weaponry, and essential agricultural tools. The iconic Dacian curved sword, famously known as the falx, emerged during this epoch, a sophisticated evolution stemming from earlier Hallstatt ironworking traditions, synergized with localized innovations in blade architecture and metallurgical science. Furthermore, Hallstatt funerary customs also left an indelible mark on Dacian burial practices, although the Dacians judiciously adapted these traditions to align with their own profound spiritual convictions. Excavations at significant archaeological loci, such as Ferig and Balta Verde, have unearthed cremation burials replete with iron armaments, intricate bronze adornments, and distinctive pottery that unmistakably exhibits Hallstatt influences. Concurrently, this pottery also showcases indigenous Thracian geometric motifs, culminating in a captivating hybrid aesthetic that progressively achieved widespread standardization across the burgeoning Dacian territories. The epochal shift from Hallstatt to La Tène cultural paradigms, commencing around 450 BC, heralded another pivotal phase in Dacian cultural evolution. La Tène artistic expressions, characterized by their fluid, curvilinear designs and exceptionally refined metalwork, permeated Dacian lands through the confluence of Celtic migrations and extensive trade interactions. However, the Dacians demonstrated a discerning approach, selectively integrating La Tène elements while steadfastly preserving their established artistic heritage. This judicious synthesis resulted in a distinctive cultural amalgamation that archaeologists can meticulously trace through an array of jewelry, weapons, and decorative artifacts discovered at numerous excavation sites. Dacian fortifications began to acquire their archetypal characteristics during this period of profound cultural convergence. The earliest Dacian settlements were typically strategically positioned on elevated natural formations, capitalizing on inherent defensive attributes such as commanding hilltops, sinuous river bends, and precipitous slopes. These foundational fortifications comprised earthen and timber ramparts, meticulously reinforced with robust stone foundations, a construction technique that ingeniously melded Celtic defensive innovations with deeply ingrained local building traditions. The renowned Murus Daciacus, or Dacian wall, subsequently evolved from these nascent defensive structures, incorporating highly sophisticated dry stonemasonry techniques that culminated in the creation of virtually impregnable bastions. The observed settlement patterns across Dacian domains unveil a meticulously organized hierarchical structure, wherein prominent fortified urban centers exerted control over surrounding agrarian communities and vital resource extraction sites. Expansive settlements such as Sarmizegetusa Regia, nestled within the formidable Orashti Mountains, functioned as paramount political and spiritual nuclei. Concurrently, smaller, strategically placed hill forts commanded critical mountain passes, essential river crossings, and rich mining districts. The spatial distribution of these settlements eloquently testifies to a profound grasp of territorial governance and astute resource management, extending far beyond the rudimentary organization of simple tribal groupings. The geographical dispersion of Dacian tribes encompassed an immense expanse, with its epicenter firmly rooted in the Carpathian Basin, yet extending considerably beyond these inherent natural demarcations. The Dacian sphere of influence encompassed the majority of contemporary Romania, with Transylvania serving as its undisputed political and cultural heartland. Nevertheless, Dacian sway radiated northward into portions of modern-day Ukraine, westward into present-day Hungary, southward across the Danube into Bulgaria, and eastward into Moldova. This sprawling territorial reach was not uniformly governed, but rather represented an intricate web of confederated tribes, tributary relationships, and overlapping zones of cultural influence. The Carpathian Mountains themselves played an indispensable role in the comprehensive organization of Dacian territories. These majestic ranges provided formidable natural defensive bulwarks, while simultaneously harboring abundant deposits of gold, silver, iron, and salt, resources that formed the very bedrock of Dacian prosperity and authority. The Dacians pioneered highly sophisticated mining techniques, engineering extensive subterranean networks that systematically extracted precious metals from celebrated sites like Roshia Montana and Zlatna. These prodigious mining operations necessitated coordinated labor forces and advanced technical acumen, factors that significantly propelled the development of a centralized political authority. Transylvania's exceedingly fertile valleys and expansive plateaus sustained dense agricultural populations, which in turn provided the demographic underpinning for Dacian military prowess and political ascendancy. The region's remarkable agricultural output, synergized with its abundant mineral wealth and advantageous strategic location, rendered it the quintessential nucleus of Dacian civilization. Comprehensive archaeological surveys have meticulously identified hundreds of Dacian settlements throughout Transylvania, ranging from modest farming hamlets to formidable fortified metropolises, thereby underscoring a highly evolved settlement hierarchy and a sophisticated administrative apparatus. The Dacian presence within the Moldavian region unequivocally reflected both strategic territorial expansion and pervasive cultural diffusion. Archaeological corroboration suggests that Dacian tribes established enduring settlements along the vital Prut and Dniester rivers, thereby forging a network of communities that commanded crucial trade arteries connecting the Carpathian region with the vast Pontic steppes and the thriving Greek colonies dotting the Black Sea coast. These eastern Dacian settlements meticulously maintained intimate cultural affiliations with the Transylvanian heartland, concurrently adapting to the distinct environmental exigencies and political landscapes characteristic of the Eastern European plain. Religious observances among the early Dacians gravitated around the veneration of Zalmoxis, a revered deity whose cult embodied a singular amalgamation of ancestral Thracian spiritual traditions with innovative local adaptations and plausible external influences. According to ancient Greek chroniclers, most notably Herodotus, Zalmoxis was simultaneously revered as a divine entity and a legendary sage who had imparted to the Dacians profound knowledge concerning the immortality of the soul and principles of righteous conduct. The cult of Zalmoxis placed immense emphasis on the perpetual continuity of existence beyond corporeal death, a conviction that profoundly shaped Dacian perspectives on warfare, ritual sacrifice, and societal organization. The devotional practices associated with Zalmoxis incorporated elements of celestial deity veneration, a common thread among numerous Indo-European peoples. However, the Dacians innovated unique ritualistic practices that distinctly differentiated their religion from other Thracian traditions. Sacred groves occupied a preeminent position in Dacian religious practice, with specific forested areas consecrated as holy sites, where pivotal ceremonies and sacrificial rites were meticulously conducted. These hallowed spaces were assiduously maintained and rigorously safeguarded, frequently situated in close proximity to major settlements or fortifications, enabling them to fulfill both profound religious and pragmatic political functions. The evolution of distinctive Dacian spiritual doctrines involved the intricate integration of indigenous animistic traditions with more refined theological concepts, potentially stemming from interactions with Hellenic philosophical thought. Certain scholarly interpretations propose that the profound emphasis on soul immortality within Zalmoxis worship reflects an influence from Orphic or Pythagorean teachings, though the Dacians skillfully assimilated these concepts into their own unique cultural paradigm. The culmination was a robust religious framework that offered both profound spiritual solace and essential social cohesion, thereby reinforcing tribal identity and legitimizing political authority through divine sanction. Dacian religious practices also encompassed elaborate funerary rituals that served as tangible reflections of their deeply held convictions regarding mortality and the afterlife. Archaeological evidence derived from burial sites indicates that the Dacians engaged in both cremation and inhumation, with the selection of burial method potentially signifying social standing, regional customs, or chronological shifts in religious observance. Grave goods unearthed at Dacian burial sites typically included weaponry, exquisite jewelry, pottery, and sustenance offerings, all of which eloquently imply a belief in the deceased's continued existence and their presumed requirements in the spiritual realm. The priestly class within Dacian society wielded substantial influence, encompassing both temporal governance and spiritual guidance, acting as sagacious counselors to the various tribal chieftains and diligent custodians of revered ancestral customs. These religious leaders diligently upheld a rich tapestry of oral lore, safeguarding the chronicles of past events, intricate familial lineages, and profound esoteric wisdom, all indispensable components of the distinct Dacian cultural fabric. This seamless fusion of divine mandate and earthly power fostered a unique governmental framework, adeptly blending pragmatic organizational strategies with an undeniable spiritual sanction, thereby ensuring enduring equilibrium and consistent progression throughout the variegated lands inhabited by Dacian tribes. A profound metamorphosis from disparate, loosely confederated tribal units into cohesive, centralized political structures heralded a foundational alteration in Dacian society during the 5th through 3rd centuries BC. This intricate process of unification commenced through the foresight of astute local chieftains, who keenly perceived that the existing territorial disunity rendered individual tribal communities susceptible to both incursions from without and internecine strife from within. Despite the inherent strategic benefits offered by the formidable Carpathian mountain range, which afforded natural bulwarks, it concurrently engendered isolated enclaves of habitation that had historically functioned with complete autonomy. The dismantling of these long-standing impediments necessitated a dual mastery of both martial strength and astute diplomatic finesse. For emergent chieftains of consequence were compelled to persuade independent tribal potentates to relinquish elements of their sovereign power in exchange for enhanced communal safety and shared affluence. The nascent centralized political formations of the Dacians first took root within the geologically endowed territories of Transylvania, where the strategic mastery of abundant gold and silver extraction sites furnished the indispensable financial bedrock, enabling the sustainment of expanded martial contingents and intricate governmental frameworks. Substantial archaeological findings, particularly from historically significant locations such as Piatra Roșie and Capilna, graphically illustrate the erection of increasingly elaborate defensive bulwarks throughout this era, characterized by complex, multi-tiered protection mechanisms designed to safeguard not merely singular communities, but expansive, interconnected valley systems. These meticulously engineered defensive citadels functioned as pivotal hubs for the assertion of authority, from which astute and aspiring chieftains could progressively broaden their dominion across adjacent domains, employing a calculated blend of strategic military coercion, judicious economic enticements, and sagacious marital compacts. The intricate process of territorial unification typically unfolded in a discernible sequence. Initially, triumphant chieftains would firmly establish dominion over their proximate geographical environs, subsequently extending their purview incrementally, either through outright military subjugation or via the diplomatic acquisition of contiguous lands. The formidable Orashti Mountains, with their commanding strategic position, abundant subterranean riches, and naturally fortified topography, emerged as a pivotal epicenter for this burgeoning unification. Leaders who commanded the vital mountain thoroughfares possessed the capacity to meticulously control commercial traffic, levy substantial transit fees, and simultaneously deploy formidable martial might across numerous interconnected valleys. Such a pronounced topographical superiority afforded particular leaders an unparalleled ability to amass both vital provisions and human capital at velocities that dramatically outpaced their rivals, thereby significantly expediting the genesis of emergent proto-kingdoms. Strategic marital unions constituted an indispensable element in the process of territorial consolidation, as astute chieftains endeavored to weave erstwhile adversaries into intricate, expansive kinship webs, thereby substantially mitigating the potential for subsequent hostilities. Such pacts frequently necessitated arduous and multifaceted deliberations concerning precise geographical demarcations, equitable accords for the distribution of vital resources, and reciprocal commitments for military assistance during periods of foreign aggression. The delicate assimilation of previously autonomous tribal entities demanded a judicious equilibrium between the preservation of deeply ingrained local traditions and the concurrent implementation of cohesive, centralized governance frameworks. The most efficacious leaders exhibited extraordinary political sagacity, adeptly safeguarding the distinct identities of individual tribes, even as they forged a pervasive sense of allegiance towards the burgeoning monarchical edifice. The evolution of Dacian martial structures throughout this epoch mirrored a confluence of pragmatic imperatives and deeply ingrained societal tenets, which simultaneously championed the individual valor of the warrior and underscored the efficacy of synchronized collective maneuvers. Historically, Dacian combatants engaged in warfare as distinct champions, ardently pursuing personal renown through displays of exceptional bravery and martial dexterity on the field of conflict. Nevertheless, the escalating magnitude of disputes over land necessitated the adoption of more rigorous tactical alignments and meticulously orchestrated methodologies capable of robustly confronting and neutralizing well-organized opposing armies. This pivotal shift, moving from the paradigm of valorous individual duels to a structured and systematic military framework, signified a profound cultural adjustment that skillfully preserved the revered warrior ethos even as it substantially augmented the overall operational potency of the collective. During this critical era of unification, the distinctive falx emerged as the quintessential armament of Dacian martial contingents, having undergone an evolution from its antecedents of curved-bladed implements into a profoundly specialized two-handed instrument, renowned for its catastrophic efficacy against both foot soldiers and mounted adversaries alike. This formidable weapon typically spanned a length of roughly 4 to 5 feet, characterized by a gracefully arcing blade that projected from a robust, rectilinear hilt, thereby forging an implement that masterfully integrated the formidable cleaving force of an axe with the extended range inherent to a polearm. Master craftsmen among the Dacians perfected advanced metallurgical methodologies to forge falx blades, ensuring they retained their razor-sharp cutting facets while simultaneously exhibiting ample resilience to absorb the brutal shocks of combat without succumbing to fracture. The strategic deployment of combatants wielding the formidable falx necessitated rigorous and prolonged training along with meticulous coordination, inasmuch as the weapon's ultimate potency was predicated upon impeccable synchronization and unyielding adherence to tactical formations. Astute Dacian military commanders engineered specialized combat arrangements meticulously designed to amplify the intrinsic strengths of the falx, while simultaneously mitigating its inherent weaknesses. The falx demonstrated exceptional lethality, especially when arrayed against adversaries clad in substantial armor, for its distinctively curved blade possessed the capacity to deftly bypass defensive shields and inflict grievous wounds upon unarmored extremities or vital neck regions. Nonetheless, warriors employing the falx were susceptible during the brief interval of the weapon's retraction subsequent to each powerful blow, thereby necessitating the presence of auxiliary forces equipped with defensive shields and more compact weaponry to safeguard them amidst the fray. The defensive methodologies employed by the Dacians evinced a refined comprehension of topographical benefits and the intricate tenets of siegecraft, embodying a synthesis of their inherent martial heritage and ingenious adaptations assimilated through interactions with advanced Mediterranean cultures. While the erection of elevated fortifications adhered to conventional designs, Dacian master builders innovated distinctive architectural approaches, which served to optimize protective capabilities concurrently with diminishing both material expenditures and manpower demands. The renowned Murus Dacianus, a testament to engineering prowess, stood as the zenith of these pioneering defensive advancements, manifesting as robust wall configurations capable of enduring protracted blockades whilst necessitating comparatively minimal upkeep. The ingenious construction methodology of the Murus Dacianus entailed the meticulous assembly of a foundational latticework comprising horizontal timber girders securely fastened by upright wooden pilasters, with the intervening voids then meticulously packed with precisely cut and interfaced stone masonry. This distinctive building approach yielded ramparts endowed with a dual quality of pliability and inherent robustness, rendering them capable of resiliently absorbing the concussive force of siege weaponry without structural failure, concurrently posing insurmountable barriers to direct military incursions. Crucially, the integrated wooden armature served to uniformly disseminate compressive forces throughout the entirety of the wall's architecture, thereby forestalling isolated points of weakness that might otherwise be exploited as rupture zones by invading armies. Furthermore, sagacious Dacian engineers ingeniously integrated sophisticated drainage conduits directly into their wall constructions, a foresightful measure designed to counteract the deleterious effects of water infiltration and the expansive pressure of frost heave, both notorious for compromising the integrity of stone substructures. The deeply ingrained martial ethos prevalent among the Dacians underscored individual bravery, unwavering fealty to their leaders, and profound spiritual dedication, collectively forging exceptionally zealous military contingents capable of enduring protracted opposition even when confronted by numerically preponderant adversaries. The seamless incorporation of the veneration of Zalmoxis into their military traditions furnished a potent divine sanction for offensive military campaigns, concurrently alleviating the existential dread of mortality among combatants who steadfastly adhered to the doctrine of the soul's perpetual existence. This profound spiritual facet of Dacian military life consequently engendered significant psychological benefits, frequently catching foreign adversaries off guard, who had gravely misjudged the indomitable resolve and steadfast fortitude of the Dacians in the crucible of combat. The foundational establishment of significant Dacian urban centers throughout this era was a direct manifestation of both pressing defensive requirements and burgeoning economic prospects, factors that profoundly molded the nascent monarchical framework. Sarmizegetusa Regia, strategically positioned within the rugged Orashti Mountains, commenced its inception as a mere fortified encampment during the 3rd century BC. However, its subsequent transformation into the paramount Dacian political and spiritual nexus unfolded progressively across multiple generations. The judicious choice of this particular locale evinced meticulous deliberation regarding its inherent defensive attributes: reliable access to potable water, fertile agrarian capabilities, and convenient adjacency to valuable mineral deposits capable of sustaining a substantial and enduring populace. The initial phases of building at Sarmizegetusa Regia were predominantly dedicated to the erection of protective ramparts, intended not only to safeguard the central districts of the burgeoning settlement, but also to offer a secure haven for the adjacent agrarian populations in periods of strife. The inherent geographical strengths of the location comprised precipitous gradients on numerous flanks, dependable supplies of fresh water, and panoramic vistas encompassing the neighboring valleys, which collectively afforded timely intelligence regarding the approach of hostile forces. Ingenious Dacian engineers further augmented these existing natural endowments through extensive terracing endeavors, thereby fashioning level platforms suitable for construction, while simultaneously buttressing the stability of the gradients with robust stone revetments. The hallowed precinct within Sarmizegetusa Regia concurrently evolved alongside the defensive edifices of the settlement, serving as a palpable testament to the seamless amalgamation of spiritual and governmental power, a hallmark characteristic of the emergent Dacian monarchical framework. Extensive archaeological investigations have unearthed the foundational vestiges of both curvilinear and rectilinear temple complexes, which demonstrably integrated construction components of both durable stone and resilient timber. These consecrated architectural marvels fulfilled a multifaceted array of roles, functioning as focal points for devotional practices, venues for the convocations of tribal assemblies, and secure repositories for revered artifacts and communal riches, all of which powerfully underscored the sovereign's political mandate. The other prominent Dacian strongholds nestled within the Orashtie Mountains evolved along comparable trajectories, with vital sites such as Kostest, Cetatsuie, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșie, each fulfilling distinctive roles within an intricately interconnected protective system. Kostest Cetatsuie, for instance, held strategic command over access routes approaching from the southern and western flanks, its elevated vantage point simultaneously facilitating visual communication links with neighboring fortifications through the systematic deployment of signal fires and ascending smoke columns. The architectural design of this site ingeniously incorporated multiple defensive lines, strategically engineered to funnel attacking forces into predetermined lethal engagement areas, whilst concurrently affording secure egress pathways for the defending garrisons. Blidaru, another significant locale, served a dual purpose as both a formidable military outpost and a profound religious center, with extensive archaeological investigations confirming the simultaneous presence of robust fortification structures and sacred temple complexes. Its advantageous geographical placement ensured dominion over crucial mountain passes, all the while preserving vital communication conduits with the paramount administrative and spiritual hubs situated at Sarmizegetusa Regia. Furthermore, the ingenious Dacian engineers at Blidaru devised innovative water management systems, meticulously designed to collect and meticulously store rainwater in subterranean cisterns, thereby guaranteeing dependable water provisions even during protracted periods of siege. The bedrock of their prosperity for these nascent Dacian kingdoms was underpinned by multifaceted economic frameworks that seamlessly integrated agricultural surplus, extensive mineral extraction, sophisticated craft manufacturing, and far-reaching long-distance trade relationships. Dacian agricultural practices had undergone substantial transformation from earlier rudimentary subsistence farming, progressing to embrace specialized crop production, systematic animal husbandry operations, and advanced food processing techniques, all of which culminated in the generation of commodities fit for commerce. The bounteous lowlands of Transylvania demonstrated exceptional aptitude for grain production, with compelling archaeological evidence revealing the widespread husbandry of wheat, barley, millet, and a diverse array of legumes, which collectively supplied both human sustenance and animal fodder. Dacian farmers implemented advanced rotational cultivation methodologies that not only preserved telluric richness, but also optimized harvests. These sophisticated agricultural techniques integrated native wisdom with innovations acquired through interaction with Mediterranean farming traditions. The ubiquitous application of iron plowshares, which became prevalent during the 4th century BC, markedly enhanced agricultural productivity by enabling deeper soil cultivation and more efficient land preparation. Dacian agricultural communities also developed bespoke implements for the harvesting, processing, and storage of grain crops, which substantially alleviated manual exertion while simultaneously enhancing dietary standards and prolonging edibility. Animal husbandry among the Dacians prioritized cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs, which collectively furnished meat, dairy products, leather, wool, and other vital commodities for both local consumption and broader mercantile purposes. Dacian herders perfected seasonal migration of flocks and herds, strategically moving their livestock between disparate pastures, thereby optimizing pasturage utilization while mitigating strain on cultivated agricultural lands. The rugged mountainous terrain characteristic of Dacian territories exhibited particular appropriateness for sheep and goat herding, with high-altitude pastures providing excellent summer grazing and protected valleys offering essential winter shelter. Metalwork stood as the zenith of artisanal complexity and was financially paramount in Dacian society, with gold and silver mining operations furnishing the capital indispensable for supporting centralized political structures and formidable military forces. The Apuseni Mountains contain myriad auriferous veins that Dacian miners extracted via both open-cast excavations and subterranean shaft operations. Archaeological investigations conducted at sites such as Rochia Montana have unveiled vast subterranean labyrinths of antiquity, encompassing vertical shafts, horizontal galleries, and ingenious hydrological management systems that facilitated deep underground extraction. Dacian mining techniques integrated both native ingenuity and sophisticated methodologies acquired via interaction with Mediterranean civilizations. The strategic deployment of fire setting to cleave resilient geological strata permitted miners to access ore deposits that would have been unfeasible to dislodge using only manual implements. This arduous technique involved intensely heating rock faces with raging fires, subsequently rapidly cooling them with water to induce thermal shock fractures that could then be leveraged with picks and wedges. Dacian miners also developed fluvial extraction processes that utilized diverted stream water to wash auriferous alluvial deposits and meticulously distinguish noble elements from inert substrata. Silver mining operations within Dacian territories primarily targeted argentiferous galena formations, which demanded more intricate recovery and refinement methodologies than gold mining. Dacian metallurgists devised sophisticated processes that disentangled argentum from plumbum through regulated thermal and oxidative protocols. These advanced techniques necessitated bespoke smelting apparatuses, exacting thermal regulation, and adept artisans who possessed a profound understanding of the chemical processes involved in metallurgical refinement. The resulting high-quality silver became a pivotal commercial article that enabled mercantile liaisons with Greek colonies and other Mediterranean civilizations. Trade relationships between Dacian kingdoms and Greek colonies along the Black Sea coast flourished throughout the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, forging mercantile conduits that systematically bartered native resources for finished commodities, opulent articles, and Hellenic cultural permeations. Greek colonies such as Histria, Tomis, and Calatis functioned as pivotal entrepôts, effectively integrating Dacian domains into the wider Hellenic economic sphere. Dacian merchants conveyed gold, silver, agricultural products, livestock, and craft goods to these coastal markets, obtaining in recompense wine, olive oil, pottery, metalwork, and other manufactured items. The establishment of standardized weights and measures significantly expedited these commercial interactions by creating common mercantile standards that minimized overheads and arbitrated disagreements. Archaeological evidence indicates that Dacian territories embraced adapted iterations of Greek commercial standards for international trade, concurrently retaining native mensuration protocols for local transactions. This bifurcated framework permitted Dacian merchants to engage proficiently in transnational commerce while safeguarding ancestral mercantile customs within their own territories. The commercial networks and political structures that had developed during the preceding centuries laid the groundwork from which a formidable luminary would build the first unified Dacian state. Around 70 BC, a chieftain named Burebista arose from the heart of the traditional power centers of the Orashti Mountains, nurturing aspirations that transcended the confines of the regional kingdoms that had defined Dacian political configurations for generations. In stark contrast to his forebears, who had chiefly concentrated on solidifying dominion within the Carpathian Basin, Burebista conceived of a Dacian hegemony that would assert supremacy across the southeastern European expanse, stretching from the Black Sea to the Pannonian Plain. Burebista's ascension transpired amidst an epoch of escalating exogenous compulsions that imperiled ancestral Dacian sovereignty. Celtic migrations from the west had introduced novel martial methodologies and governmental structures that contested existing geographical demarcations, while Roman expansion in the Balkans posed unparalleled menaces to Dacian commercial relationships and political autonomy. Greek colonies along the Black Sea coast, moreover, encountered intensifying duress from both Roman and Pontic forces, fracturing the mercantile arteries that had become integral to Dacian financial well-being. These amalgamating adversities necessitated countermeasures that surpassed the capacities of autonomous polities, thereby generating prospects for chieftains who could propound blueprints for collective defiance and coordinated action. The commencement stage of Burebista's unification drive centered on establishing dominion within the Dacian territories of Transylvania through an amalgam of martial subjugation, statesmanlike parley, and spiritual sanction. Archaeological evidence from this period indicates substantial infrastructural development at major fortification sites, suggesting a considerable allocation of resources by Burebista into protective edifices while concurrently amassing the martial might necessary for territorial expansion. The augmentation of extant defensive structures at Sarmizegetusa Regia included the construction of supplementary circumvallations, enlarged logistical depots, and augmented habitational zones, designed to house a greater complement of bureaucratic staff and military forces. Burebista's military organization integrated the inherent martial ethos of the Dacians, while pioneering strategic advancements that amplified combat efficacy against varied adversarial contingents. The falx persisted as the principal armament of Dacian heavy infantry, yet Burebista's forces also comprised bespoke cohorts, furnished with lances, bucklers, and defensive panoply, capable of confronting hostile alignments through orthodox maneuvers. This strategic heterogeneity empowered Dacian armies to tailor their engagement protocols in consonance with distinct operational environments and enemy capabilities, rather than depending solely upon ancestral pugilistic methodologies that could demonstrate futility when confronting disciplined adversaries. The formidable opposition Burebista encountered was met with an equally robust and meticulously structured military. The comprehensive conscription framework supporting Burebista's martial endeavors tapped into the entire Dacian populace, weaving together traditional warrior duties with a more structured martial discipline. Young men from agricultural communities underwent rigorous instruction in weapons handling, intricate formation fighting, and advanced siege warfare techniques. This intensive regimen transformed them from part-time tribal skirmishers into dedicated martial personnel, fully capable of executing protracted military campaigns. Such a profound professionalization of the armed forces demanded considerable financial provisions to underwrite extensive training programs, armament manufacture, and sophisticated expeditionary support networks, which were essential for sustaining armies in the field for extended durations. Burebista's methodical consolidation of Dacian tribes unfolded systematically across the Carpathian expanse, with each triumphant incorporation providing augmented assets and human capital for forthcoming territorial enlargements. The initial phase typically commenced with conciliatory propositions that underscored a common heritage, mutual spiritual convictions, and reciprocal advantages stemming from governmental collaboration. Tribal chieftains who embraced Burebista's suzerainty preserved considerable self-governance over local communal matters while furnishing martial contingents and financial contributions to the principal alliance. Conversely, those who defied this authority faced synchronized martial offensives, combining frontal attacks with financial coercion designed to marginalize dissenting factions and foster disloyalty among their adherents. The assimilation of erstwhile adversaries into Burebista's confederation necessitated intricate governance frameworks, capable of overseeing heterogeneous communities while upholding martial preparedness for ongoing territorial enlargement. Dacian administrative practices during this epoch blended aspects of ancestral communal rule with novel methodologies that facilitated unified oversight across extensive domains. Local chieftains maintained jurisdiction over immediate communal matters, yet pivotal determinations concerning martial expeditions, the apportionment of assets, and foreign diplomatic engagements invariably necessitated endorsement from Burebista's core governing body at Sarmizegetusa Regia. Spiritual harmonization played a pivotal function in Burebista's unification blueprint, as common devotional convictions provided the societal underpinnings for governmental collaboration among previously autonomous clans. The chief sacerdotal figure, Dacian, emerged as Burebista's foremost associate in executing spiritual amendments that fortified the Dacian ethnic essence while validating unified governmental power. Dacian possessed a profound understanding of ancestral Dacian spiritual customs, but he also grasped how these beliefs could be modified to fulfill governmental aims without undermining their fundamental hallowed nature. The spiritual cleansing initiative, spearheaded by Dacian, involved the uniformity of ceremonial observances across all territories under Burebista's dominion, thereby creating harmonized ritualistic customs that bolstered governmental cohesion through communal devotional encounters. Hallowed woodlands throughout Dacian territories received augmented safeguarding and upkeep, while fresh spiritual precincts were established at advantageous positions that fulfilled dual devotional and organizational roles. These religious centers became central venues for recurrent assemblies, bringing together delegates from diverse clan communities and creating opportunities for governmental discourse and societal interaction that fortified the alliance's ties. Dacian subsequently implemented a sweeping interdiction against vinous indulgence that mirrored both spiritual cleansing aims and pragmatic governmental calculations. The edict against viticulture fulfilled numerous objectives within Burebista's consolidation blueprint, as it eradicated a catalyst for societal discord that had traditionally fueled clashes between tribal groups. Concurrently, it showcased the unified government's capacity to govern individual conduct across the entire confederation. Excavated findings from this period indicate a pronounced decline in viniculture remnants at Dacian sites, suggesting extensive adherence to the prohibition despite its possible public disapproval among certain population segments. The wine prohibition also carried financial repercussions that fortified Dacian self-reliance from foreign commercial dealings, while fostering the cultivation of substitute agrarian goods. Dacian farmers who had formerly tended vineyards for wine production rechanneled their endeavors toward cereal harvests, domesticated animals, and diverse farming pursuits that sustained martial expeditions and demographic expansion. This agrarian pivot diminished Dacian reliance on foreign viticultural products while generating excess yields that could maintain expanded martial contingents and bureaucratic frameworks. The enhancement of ethnic character under Burebista and Dacian involved the advancement of unique Dacian aesthetic practices, building designs, and artisanal methods that differentiated alliance participants from adjacent communities. Dacian metallurgists refined progressively intricate ornamental methods that integrated ancestral rectilinear motifs with novel aesthetic components, commemorating martial triumphs and governmental successes. These creative advancements created iconographic representations of Dacian essence that reinforced governmental allegiance while showcasing the societal refinement of the Confederation to outside spectators. The geographical enlargement that followed Dacian consolidation unfolded concurrently across several fronts, as Burebista's forces initiated synchronized offensives against Gallic clans to the west, Thracian communities to the south, and Hellenic colonies along the Pontic littoral. The subjugation of adjacent Celtic domains necessitated distinct martial approaches than those employed against Dacian tribes, as Gallic combatants utilized diverse armaments, combat methodologies, and defensive structures that compelled flexible reactions from Burebista's contingents. Gallic encampments characteristically presented formidable earthen ramparts encircled by wooden stockades that could withstand frontal charges, but were susceptible to protracted blockade tactics. Dacian martial architects devised bespoke siege apparatus designed to breach Gallic defensive structures while reducing losses among attacking forces. These siege techniques integrated components of Hellenic Roman martial construction that Dacian forces had acquired via their interactions with Greek settlements and Roman martial endeavors in the region. The erection of mobile assault structures, powerful breaching implements, and projectile launching mechanisms required expert artisans and substantial raw materials. But such allocations empowered Dacian contingents to neutralize entrenched strongholds that would have been unassailable through conventional offensive maneuvers. The assimilation of subdued Gallic domains into Burebista's confederation adhered to precedents set during the Dacian consolidation trajectory, with indigenous chieftains who yielded without conflict, preserving governance over their localities, while defiant factions encountered displacement by Dacian functionaries. Gallic inhabitants held precious proficiencies in metallurgy, husbandry, and commerce that augmented the alliance's financial capacities, while Gallic combatants who embraced Dacian suzerainty furnished supplementary martial personnel for ensuing territorial enlargement expeditions. Expeditions against Thracian communities posed distinct difficulties, as these populations shared common societal and verbal linkages with the Dacian, which intricated martial and governmental interactions. Some Thracian tribes perceived Dacian encroachment as emancipation from external subjugation, while others interpreted it as subjugation by estranged kin who had forsaken ancestral customs. Burebista's forces were compelled to differentiate between Thracian factions, amenable to incorporation via parley, and others necessitating martial subjugation, a process that required refined informational reconnaissance and astute ambassadorial proficiencies. The subjugation of Thracian domains granted Burebista's alliance ingress to vital commercial arteries, linking the Danubian waterway to the Aegean expanse, markedly augmenting Dacian mercantile prospects, while diminishing reliance on Pontic littoral commerce. Thracian agrarian methodologies, particularly in viticulture and animal husbandry, presented precious insights that could be modified for Dacian ecological circumstances, notwithstanding the sacred interdiction against vinous intake. The assimilation of Thracian inhabitants also furnished verbal and societal go-betweens, who could expedite ambassadorial engagements with additional Thracian communities and Hellenic polis. Hellenic urban centers situated along the Pontic western seaboard constituted the most formidable objectives for Dacian expansion, as these settlements boasted intricate protective frameworks, trained martial contingents, and prospective backing from foreign entities, comprising the Roman Republic and sundry Hellenistic monarchies. The Greek colonies had cultivated expansive mercantile arteries that furnished them with assets and martial aid that significantly surpassed the autonomous capacities of singular polis. Assailing these urban centers necessitated meticulous planning and tactical synchronization that could obviate the ingress of outside succor amidst protracted blockade maneuvers. Burebista's military campaigns against various Greek city-states were characterized by sophisticated combined land and naval maneuvers. These operations were meticulously designed to encircle and isolate their targets, effectively severing any maritime escape routes or potential supply lines. Dacian forces, demonstrating remarkable resourcefulness, rapidly constructed temporary naval vessels from readily available local timber and ingeniously repurposed captured Greek ships, This emergent fleet was then deployed to impose blockades on harbors and intercept vital supply convoys, thereby starving the besieged settlements. Such naval endeavors demanded that Dacian warriors acquire and master entirely new fighting techniques and navigation skills, a testament to the confederation's profound adaptability and impressive capacity for learning under Burebista's astute leadership. The successful subjugation of these Greek cities proved immensely beneficial, granting Dacian forces invaluable access to advanced military technologies. This included formidable siege engines, sophisticated naval equipment, and refined metallurgical techniques, all of which significantly augmented their capabilities for subsequent military undertakings. Greek craftsmen and skilled engineers who survived these conquests often found themselves integrated into Dacian service, where their specialized knowledge became a crucial asset, contributing substantially to the Confederation's ongoing military and economic advancement. The innovative integration of this specialized Greek technical expertise with traditional Dacian skills ultimately forged hybrid technologies that demonstrably surpassed the efficacy of either tradition when applied in isolation. The intricate diplomatic relationships that began to evolve between Burebista's burgeoning confederation and the powerful Roman Republic unfolded against a backdrop of intense and protracted civil strife within Rome itself. This tumultuous period created a complex tapestry of both promising opportunities and significant perils for Dacian foreign policy. Rome's relentless expansion into the Balkan region had by this point brought its formidable legions into direct geographical proximity with Dacian territories, laying the groundwork for potential cooperation, or conversely, inevitable conflict, depending entirely on the prevailing circumstances and the personalities involved. The ongoing Roman civil wars presented Burebista with strategic avenues to exert influence over Roman politics through the calculated and selective backing of various competing factions. However, these interventions, while potentially advantageous, also carried the inherent and substantial risk of provoking Roman retaliation, a consequence that loomed regardless of which faction ultimately emerged triumphant from the internecine struggles. Burebista's calculated involvement in the Roman civil wars underscored his profound and sophisticated grasp of Roman political dynamics, coupled with a meticulous strategic evaluation of the potential benefits and inherent risks associated with each available policy option. The sagacious Dacian king clearly perceived that Rome's internal conflicts generated fleeting moments of vulnerability, which could be judiciously exploited to advance Dacian interests. Yet, he simultaneously maintained a clear-eyed understanding that Roman military capabilities, even amidst periods of profound political instability, remained exceptionally formidable. Consequently, Dacian diplomatic strategy was meticulously calibrated, emphasizing a measured degree of involvement designed to subtly influence Roman behavior without inadvertently provoking an overwhelming and potentially catastrophic retaliation. The crucial relationship between Burebista and the renowned Roman general Pompey the Great was carefully cultivated through a network of intermediaries. These figures recognized the mutual advantages in forming an alliance to counter the escalating power of Julius Caesar within the Roman Republic. Pompey's extensive control over the prosperous eastern Mediterranean territories naturally aligned with Dacian interests in preserving their independence from further Roman encroachment. Conversely, Burebista's well-trained and substantial military forces represented a potent potential ally capable of threatening Caesar's strategic positions in regions like Gaul and Germania. Archaeological investigations during this era have brought to light compelling evidence of heightened diplomatic exchanges between Dacian territories and the regions under Roman dominion, strongly suggesting a pattern of consistent and regular communication between these two significant powers. Burebista's contemplated support for Pompey against Caesar necessitated a series of intricate negotiations. These discussions encompassed crucial matters such as the provision of military assistance, the delineation of territorial arrangements, and the establishment of post-war political relationships that would subsequently govern future interactions between Dacian and Roman territories. These sensitive diplomatic discussions demanded that Dacian representatives adeptly navigate the sophisticated and often rigid Roman political protocols, all while steadfastly safeguarding essential Dacian interests and maintaining a crucial degree of flexibility to adapt to rapidly evolving circumstances. The dramatic assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BC fundamentally reshaped the strategic landscape. While it effectively eliminated immediate threats to Dacian independence, it simultaneously ushered in a new era of profound uncertainty regarding Rome's future policies towards southeastern Europe. Coincidentally, the assassination of Burebista, also in 44 BC, precipitated an immediate and severe succession crisis, threatening to dismantle the vast confederation he had painstakingly assembled over decades of relentless effort. The precise circumstances surrounding his demise remain shrouded in the mists of historical ambiguity, with various ancient sources offering divergent accounts concerning the motives and identities of the perpetrators. The historian Strabo, for instance, alludes to internal opposition from Dacian nobles who harbored resentment towards Burebista's increasingly centralized authority, while other narratives suggest the involvement of external adversaries who shrewdly recognized that the elimination of Burebista represented the most effective means of undermining and weakening Dacian power. Irrespective of the specific details, his untimely death occurred at an acutely critical juncture, a moment when the Confederation desperately required robust and decisive leadership to preserve unity among the diverse tribal groups that had only recently been integrated under a single central authority. From the crucible of this political turmoil, Dacian emerged as a successor to Burebista's authority, who was both logically fitting and undeniably necessary, although his ascent to power diverged considerably from that of his predecessor. Unlike Burebista, whose dominance had been forged primarily through relentless military conquest and shrewd political maneuvering, Dacian commanded a profound religious authority. This spiritual legitimacy provided an alternative, yet equally potent, source of influence and respect among the Dacian populace. His esteemed position as the high priest of the Zalmoxian cult had made him Burebista's most trusted confidant and an indispensable collaborator in the implementation of the religious reforms that had so effectively fortified Dacian cultural identity throughout the sprawling confederation. This deep-seated religious foundation empowered Dacian to assert his authority based on divine sanction rather than merely secular power, thereby establishing a distinct yet equally effective framework for maintaining political control. The period of regency that commenced around 44 BC signified a profound and fundamental transformation in Dacian governance. It marked a distinct pivot away from a system predominantly characterized by military leadership towards a far more intricate and nuanced structure that seamlessly integrated religious, legal, and administrative authority under a singular, unified direction. Dacian acutely recognized that sustaining the confederation's unity demanded more than just raw military might or the charismatic appeal of a single leader. Instead, it necessitated the establishment of robust institutional structures capable of enduring beyond the tenure of individual leaders and providing essential continuity across generational transitions. His innovative approach to governance therefore meticulously prioritized the development of formal legal codes, the standardization of religious practices, and the implementation of streamlined administrative procedures. These foundational elements were meticulously crafted to create enduring pillars for the Dacian political organization, ensuring its stability and longevity. Dacian, despite his profound spiritual authority, was immediately confronted with significant challenges emanating from various tribal leaders. These chieftains, while having submitted to Burebista's formidable military prowess, now openly questioned the legitimacy and effectiveness of a priest-king who ostensibly lacked comparable martial credentials. Consequently, several peripheral territories, perceiving a potential weakness, attempted to reassert their independence following Burebista's death. Their calculation was that religious authority alone would prove insufficient to compel obedience from populations long accustomed to the decisive command of warrior leaders. These immediate and pressing challenges demanded that Dacian unequivocally demonstrate that his novel governance model possessed the inherent capacity to not only maintain territorial integrity and military effectiveness, but also to provide superior administrative services. These enhanced services, he understood, would serve as the ultimate justification for the centralized authority he now wielded. The unique religious legitimacy that Dacian brought to Dacian leadership proved instrumental, enabling him to enact far-reaching reforms that would have been utterly unattainable under a purely secular authority. His profound and comprehensive understanding of Zalmoxian theology furnished him with sophisticated and compelling arguments for political obedience, arguments rooted in divine will rather than mere human coercion. Dacian populations, who might have otherwise resisted purely secular administrative mandates or demands, readily accepted similar requirements when they were presented as essential religious obligations. These duties were framed as prerequisites for spiritual purification and the attainment of divine favor. This ingenious religious framework effectively transformed what could have been contentious and divisive political reforms into sacred duties, imbuing them with both temporal and eternal consequences for either compliance or resistance, thereby securing widespread adherence. The meticulous codification of Dacian laws under Dacian represented a monumental achievement, marking the very first systematic endeavor to establish unified legal standards across the entirety of the vast confederation's territory. Prior to this, legal practices had exhibited considerable variation among the numerous tribal groups, with each community staunchly upholding its own customary laws and distinct judicial procedures. These diverse legal traditions were deeply reflective of local traditions and specific historical circumstances. This inherent legal diversity had, over time, generated a multitude of administrative complications and persistent jurisdictional conflicts. These issues, in turn, severely undermined the overarching unity of the Confederation, particularly in instances involving disputes between members of different tribal groups or communities situated in close proximity to territorial boundaries. Dacian approached the monumental task of legal codification with an astute and careful methodology, opting for a thoughtful synthesis of existing tribal laws rather than imposing entirely new legal frameworks. He wisely recognized that a radical departure from established customs might have provoked significant resistance from traditional communities. To achieve this, his dedicated legal scholars undertook extensive surveys of customary practices prevalent throughout all Dacian territories. Their diligent work focused on identifying common principles and procedural elements that could serve as robust foundations for a unified legal code. In instances where tribal practices were found to be in conflict, Dacian established standardized procedures. These procedures skillfully incorporated elements drawn from multiple traditions, while consistently emphasizing core principles derived directly from Zalmoxian religious teachings, particularly those pertaining to justice, community responsibility, and the concept of divine judgment. The meticulously crafted legal code that resulted from Dacianus's efforts comprehensively addressed fundamental issues, including property rights, inheritance procedures, criminal justice, and commercial relationships, all areas that had previously been governed by a patchwork of inconsistent local practices. The property law, as established under Dacianus's innovative code, instituted clear and unambiguous procedures for land ownership, meticulously defined resource extraction rights, and precisely delineated territorial boundaries. These measures significantly reduced conflicts that had historically arisen between communities, while simultaneously providing robust legal frameworks essential for fostering sustained economic development. Furthermore, the inheritance laws created standardized procedures for the orderly transfer of both property and political authority across generational lines, thereby effectively mitigating the succession disputes that had, throughout history, been a frequent and destabilizing contributor to political instability within the region. The framework for criminal justice, meticulously outlined within the freshly instituted legal code, prominently featured restorative justice and public service contributions as primary responses, diverging significantly from strictly retributive penalties. This approach was a direct manifestation of the profound Zalmoxian theological convictions concerning spiritual atonement and the cultivation of societal equilibrium. While grave transgressions that imperiled communal well-being or sacred integrity might indeed invoke severe consequences, such as banishment or capital punishment, the majority of infractions mandated that perpetrators provide material compensation to their victims and engage in public work. These acts served as tangible proof of their sincere dedication to civic reintegration and personal reform. Fundamentally, these meticulously crafted judicial protocols seamlessly integrated venerable Dacian notions of personal honor and collective shame, simultaneously establishing well-defined, systematic mechanisms for arbitrating disagreements and upholding the fundamental tenets of social stability. The comprehensive formalization of commercial statutes meticulously tackled the intricate web of mercantile interactions that had organically blossomed across the entire confederation's expanse. This legislative endeavor culminated in the institution of universally recognized systems for weights, measures, and monetary exchange, which not only significantly streamlined long-range trade expeditions, but also diligently safeguarded indigenous traders from deceptive dealings and illicit schemes. Furthermore, the meticulously elaborated legal framework delineated explicit protocols for the rigorous enforcement of contractual agreements, the systematic recovery of outstanding debts, and the equitable arbitration of commercial disagreements. Such clarity empowered merchants to conduct their operations with unwavering assurance across diverse tribal territories, free from the apprehension of capricious legal pronouncements or erratic judicial processes. These robust commercial safeguards served as a potent catalyst for robust economic advancement, concurrently yielding substantial fiscal receipts that were indispensable for sustaining the Confederation's extensive administrative infrastructure and its formidable military apparatus. The substantial invigoration of the Zalmoxian religious tradition, under the astute guidance of Dacian, encompassed a dual process: significant theological maturation and extensive institutional augmentation. This strategic evolution successfully transmuted long-established Dacian spiritual customs into highly refined and intricate systems, perfectly equipped to underpin elaborate political and societal frameworks. Prior to this period, Zalmoxian doctrine had predominantly underscored the cultivation of individual spiritual growth and the fostering of intimate personal communion with celestial entities. However, Dacian masterfully cultivated and propagated the communal dimensions of religious observance, thereby profoundly fortifying the intricate social fabric and cementing political allegiance among all constituents of the Confederation. These profound theological advancements, while scrupulously preserving the essence of inherited spiritual convictions, were simultaneously ingeniously reconfigured to pragmatically address the imperative requirements of a vast and intricately structured political entity. The ambitious augmentation of religious institutions during Dacianus's era notably encompassed the systematic establishment of formalized sacerdotal hierarchies. These structured orders were meticulously designed to deliver essential spiritual ministrations across the entirety of the Confederation's expansive domains, concurrently upholding an unswerving doctrinal uniformity and ensuring seamless administrative synchronization. Indigenous spiritual leaders operating at the local level underwent rigorous instruction at specialized central religious academies. This educational regimen meticulously standardized their theological comprehension and ritualistic methodologies, thereby forging a distinct professional echelon of religious practitioners. These highly trained individuals were uniquely positioned to fulfill both profound spiritual duties and crucial administrative responsibilities within their respective communities. Consequently, these venerated priests evolved into vital conduits, bridging the gap between the centralized governing power and the diverse local populaces, adeptly elucidating governmental directives through a spiritual lens, while diligently relaying indigenous apprehensions and prevailing circumstances back to the central administrative echelons. The comprehensive expansion and refinement of sacred sites throughout the influential tenure of Dacian encompassed a dual strategy. Both the significant amelioration of pre-existing religious locales and the deliberate establishment of novel ceremonial hubs. These newly conceived centers were specifically designed to fulfill overarching religious and political imperatives across the entire Confederation. Sarmisegetusa Regia, in particular, underwent a profound metamorphosis through extensive religious architectural endeavors, elevating its status to the preeminent pilgrimage nexus for all Dacian communities dispersed throughout the unified territories. Substantial archaeological corroboration points to the systematic erection of numerous sophisticated temple complexes, expansive ceremonial plazas, and well-appointed residential accommodations. These facilities were expressly engineered to comfortably host a vast concourse of spiritual adherents during pivotal festivals and grand religious ceremonies, underscoring the site's magnified importance. The meticulously devised sacred calendar, a hallmark innovation introduced by Dacian, meticulously orchestrated recurring opportunities for confederations spanning religious observances. These significant events consistently convened delegates and adherents from every tribal collective and geographical district within the unified realm. These grand religious festivals were ingeniously designed to fulfill a multifaceted role, functioning simultaneously as profound spiritual affirmations, crucial political convocations, and vibrant commercial marketplaces. This synergistic interplay profoundly reinforced the Confederation's cohesion, fostering a robust sense of shared identity through collective experiences and reciprocal engagements. The calendrical synchronization of these principal festivities was thoughtfully aligned with crucial agricultural cycles and celestial phenomena, which possessed deep-seated traditional reverence. Concurrently, the calendar deftly integrated novel components specifically crafted to commemorate the Confederation's notable accomplishments and to underscore its unwavering political solidarity. The innovative theocratic governance components, meticulously implemented by Dacian, constituted highly refined endeavors to seamlessly interweave profound religious authority with the pragmatic exigencies of administration. This intricate balance was carefully calibrated to preclude any erosion of either genuine spiritual integrity or the operational efficacy of the government. Esteemed religious councils, meticulously constituted from venerable senior priests representing diverse geographical territories, furnished invaluable counsel and strategic guidance to the political administrators. Crucially, these councils steadfastly preserved their autonomy concerning matters of an exclusively spiritual nature. This judicious demarcation between the sacred and secular domains served as an effective bulwark, proactively averting potential clashes between temporal and divine authority, concurrently guaranteeing that all governmental directives remained in harmonious alignment with the cherished Dacian religious tenets and deeply ingrained cultural heritage. The remarkable architectural triumphs accomplished throughout the reign of Dacian eloquently evinced a dual purpose. They addressed pressing practical defensive requirements and simultaneously served as potent symbolic articulations of Dacian cultural refinement. These magnificent structures unequivocally showcased the Confederation's formidable capacities to both its internal populace and external observers. The extensive construction initiatives undertaken during this epoch consistently prioritized a monumental grandeur and pioneering technical ingenuity, thereby brilliantly highlighting Dacian engineering prowess. Concurrently, these edifices fulfilled vital utilitarian roles pertaining to national defense, governmental administration, and sacred observances. The successful execution of these ambitious building programs necessitated the meticulous coordination of vast labor forces, the deployment of highly specialized technical proficiencies, and the allocation of substantial material assets. Collectively, these requirements incontrovertibly underscored the Confederation's exceptional organizational acumen and its robust economic vitality. Advancements in defensive architectural design during this era were primarily directed towards augmenting the robustness of pre-existing fortification networks, concurrently pioneering novel construction methodologies capable of affording unparalleled safeguarding against the continuously evolving spectrum of military perils. The distinctive murus dasychus construction technique attained its zenith of sophistication and efficacy during the transformative period of Decianus's leadership. Here, highly skilled engineers meticulously refined intricate stone-fitting practices and advanced structural engineering tenets, culminating in the creation of defensive ramparts that were, for all practical purposes, impenetrable. These formidable fortifications were ingeniously endowed with an array of intricate attributes, including a series of layered defensive perimeters, ingeniously hidden sally ports for surprise sorties, subterranean storage vaults for vital provisions, and fully integrated water management systems. These comprehensive designs collectively ensured their capacity to withstand and endure protracted siege operations. The profound evolution of sacred architecture throughout this pivotal epoch resulted in the conception of some of the most extraordinarily refined religious edifices witnessed in ancient European civilization. This remarkable achievement stemmed from a harmonious fusion of time-honored Dacian construction methodologies with cutting-edge innovations, which unmistakably evinced a heightened level of technical expertise and a cultivated aesthetic discernment. The erection of temples at Sarmizegetusa Regia and other preeminent spiritual hubs prominently showcased meticulously executed astronomical alignments. These precise orientations served to intrinsically link sacred rituals with significant celestial occurrences, simultaneously providing compelling evidence of advanced Dacian astronomical comprehension. These revered religious structures were characterized by intricate stonemasonry, sophisticated timber framework systems, and exquisite ornamental components, collectively culminating in awe-inspiring architectural ensembles perfectly suited for the staging of pivotal religious and governmental ceremonies. The impressive array of engineering triumphs, realized under the sagacious leadership of Decianus, encompassed highly sophisticated water management infrastructures. These systems were instrumental in furnishing dependable water provisions for the principal urban centers, simultaneously bolstering agricultural expansion into regions previously deemed unproductive or inhospitable. Dacian hydraulic engineers innovated and perfected methods for the meticulous construction of subterranean aqueducts, extensive storage reservoirs, and intricate distribution networks, designed to efficiently convey water across considerable geographical expanses and varying topographical elevations. The successful implementation of these ambitious hydraulic engineering initiatives demanded rigorous topographical surveying, the application of cutting-edge construction methodologies, and sustained maintenance efforts, thereby unequivocally showcasing the Confederation's formidable capacity for monumental infrastructure development. Concurrently, the extensive road construction programs inaugurated during the Decianus period established significantly enhanced communication and transportation arteries. These vital networks interconnected the major hubs of the Confederation, while critically offering strategic military advantages for the swift deployment of troops and seamless tactical coordination. Dacian road builders skillfully assimilated and customized Roman engineering principles to suit the challenging local topographical conditions, thereby forging transportation systems that operated with remarkable efficiency even in rugged mountainous terrains, all while requiring surprisingly modest upkeep. These robust roadways proved indispensable, facilitating both crucial military maneuvers and vibrant commercial exchanges, ultimately consolidating Confederation unity and catalyzing profound economic advancement. The unfortunate process of political disintegration and territorial fragmentation that commenced immediately subsequent to Decianus's demise occurring approximately in 27 BC, originated from intrinsic structural vulnerabilities embedded within the very fabric of the confederation system. These latent frailties had, until then, been effectively obscured by the singular brilliance of his extraordinary leadership acumen and unparalleled religious authority, in stark contrast to Burebista, whose formidable military charisma had established unequivocal precedents for succession. Dacianus's distinctive theocratic governance paradigm inadvertently spawned convoluted and ill-defined procedures for transferring power. This ambiguity, in turn, permitted a multiplicity of aspirants to confidently advance their own assertions of legitimate authority. The very synthesis of spiritual and temporal power, which had so effectively bolstered Dacianus's administrative prowess, paradoxically transmuted into a profound wellspring of instability when no solitary successor emerged who could credibly boast equivalent qualifications in both the religious and governmental domains. Provincial potentates, who had previously acquiesced to the centralized governance under the undeniable religious legitimacy of Dacianus, initiated a concerted effort to reclaim and reinstate their inherited tribal autonomy when confronted with the precariousness of an uncertain succession and a plethora of rivalrous claims to authority. The expansive geographical footprint of the Confederation had, by this juncture, expanded beyond the practical ability of any solitary leader to exert direct, personal oversight and command. This burgeoning territorial scope inadvertently presented fertile ground for aspiring regional commanders to forge and consolidate their own autonomous power strongholds. While these inherent vociferous tendencies had been effectively held in check by the formidable religious authority and ingenious administrative reforms instituted by Dacianus, his untimely demise irrevocably severed the intricate personal ties and allegiances that had previously bound together a multitude of disparate populations under a singular, cohesive leadership. The dissolution of the Dacian confederation led to the rise of numerous independent Dacian realms, fundamentally altering the geopolitical configuration of southeastern Europe for the ensuing 100 years. The vast domains once governed by the Confederation fractured along distinct geographical boundaries and tribal affiliations, as various chieftains asserted sovereignty over their own territories. While these successor states steadfastly preserved their inherent Dacian cultural heritage and upheld many of the sophisticated administrative, legal, and spiritual advancements pioneered during the eras of Burebista and Dacianus, they crucially lacked the cohesive might that had previously elevated the consolidated confederation to a formidable regional hegemon, capable of exerting significant sway over Roman political machinations and broader Mediterranean developments. The profound political dismemberment subsequent to the demise of Dacianus fundamentally reshaped the strategic landscape, a transformation that would profoundly influence Roman-Dacian interactions throughout the succeeding century. Emperor Augustus, having triumphed in the tumultuous civil conflicts that had rent the fabric of the Roman Republic, confronted an intricate geopolitical reality along the Danube frontier, where a constellation of independent Dacian kingdoms now governed lands previously consolidated under Burebista's formidable confederation. The nascent emperor was thus tasked with the arduous endeavor of forging enduring diplomatic ties with these disparate Dacian entities, concurrently safeguarding vital Roman interests within a territory that had progressively gained significance for both imperial defense and commercial affluence. The initial phase of Augustus's imperial tenure was characterized by a circumspect strategy concerning Dacian matters, a posture indicative of both the inherent limitations of Roman military capabilities and the volatile political climate prevailing north of the Danube. Roman legions were still deeply engaged in solidifying their dominion over newly subjugated provinces, such as Pannonia and Moesia, a process that imposed severe logistical impediments, thereby precluding extensive military campaigns against the various Dacian kingdoms. Concurrently, the fractured character of Dacian political governance presented a considerable impediment for Roman envoys, rendering it arduous to pinpoint trustworthy interlocutors capable of representing substantial territorial domains or ensuring adherence to contractual commitments across a multitude of tribal confederations. The nascent Roman diplomatic endeavors primarily centered upon forging tributary alliances with individual Dacian polities, employing a multifaceted approach encompassing military coercion, material inducements, and formal political acknowledgement, all designed to establish protective buffer zones along the Danube border. Roman provincial administrators stationed in Moesia and Pannonia routinely dispatched envoys to various Dacian royal courts, extending offers of Roman safeguarding against adversarial kingdoms in return for periodic tribute remittances, auxiliary military support, and an acknowledgement of Roman arbitration in specific territorial disagreements. These nascent accords generally entailed circumscribed obligations for both parties, given that neither the Romans nor the Dacians had acquired adequate insight into the other's strengths, weaknesses, and ultimate objectives to venture into more expansive or intricate compacts. The disparate Dacian realms born from the splintering of the Confederation adopted divergent postures concerning Roman imperial growth. Some rulers actively pursued conciliatory policies, while others staunchly upheld an assertive autonomy, which occasionally culminated in hostilities across their shared borders. Those kingdoms situated in closer proximity to Roman territorial demarcations typically gravitated towards more collaborative methodologies, acknowledging that their contiguity to formidable Roman military garrisons rendered outright opposition potentially ruinous. Conversely, more remote kingdoms, especially those commanding the rugged, mountainous expanses of Transylvania, steadfastly preserved their ancestral independence, yet assiduously observed Roman maneuvers and meticulously fortified their defenses against any prospective future encroachments. Friction along the frontier during the Augustan era generally manifested as comparatively minor incursions and retaliatory strikes, which simultaneously demonstrated opportunistic belligerence and a methodical probing of adversary strengths and reactions. Dacian warrior contingents intermittently traversed the Danube, targeting Roman settlements within Moesia to procure livestock, captives, and easily transportable riches, all while assiduously evading direct engagements with organized Roman military formations. These forays fulfilled several objectives beyond mere pillaging. They furnished valuable reconnaissance regarding Roman defensive deployments, assessed the rapidity and efficacy of Roman counteractions, and upheld martial customs among Dacian communities, who had become habituated to consistent military engagement during the Confederation's ascendancy. Roman military reactions to Dacian incursions adhered to well-defined frontier administration protocols that prioritized swift reprisal, coupled with diplomatic initiatives aimed at averting a broader escalation into more extensive hostilities. Roman field commanders characteristically mounted retaliatory sorties, crossing the Danube to target Dacian habitations implicated in the raids, seizing captives and livestock, while scrupulously eschewing direct confrontations with significant Dacian military contingents that could transmute circumscribed punitive actions into an outright declaration of war. Such Roman counteroffensives served to exhibit imperial military prowess, simultaneously affording occasions to amass crucial intelligence concerning Dacian political alliances, their martial structures, and prevailing patterns of territorial dominion. The formation of client-state affiliations between Rome and the multitude of Dacian kingdoms necessitated meticulous deliberation over stipulations that judiciously reconciled Roman security imperatives with Dacian aspirations for self-governance and their intricate internal political currents. Roman client pacts customarily encompassed the formal acknowledgement of Dacian monarchical power in exchange for regular tribute contributions, commitments of military aid, and the acceptance of Roman arbitration in territorial disagreements with adjacent kingdoms. These accords furnished Rome with strategic buffer territories, guarding against more remote perils, concurrently granting cooperative Dacian sovereigns the advantage of Roman military backing against contenders who might contest their dominion or territorial prerogatives. The administration of these client relationships continuously posed significant obstacles for both Roman officials and Dacian monarchs, who were compelled to reconcile divergent exigencies and anticipations while simultaneously cultivating internal political endorsement. Roman provincial governors anticipated dependable tribute remittances, expeditious military aid upon solicitation, and steadfast adherence to Roman strategic imperatives, which occasionally diverged from ingrained Dacian interests or customary practices. Dacian client sovereigns, for their part, contended with internal dissent from conservative elements who perceived collaboration with Rome as an act of cultural perfidy, yet simultaneously relied upon Roman backing to preserve their dominion against competing pretenders or antagonistic adjacent realms. The imperial tenure of Tiberius was marked by an intensification of strain along the Danube frontier, as Dacian kingdoms gradually recuperated from the systemic political upheaval that had ensued after the confederations' disintegration. A number of Dacian potentates embarked upon ambitious territorial amalgamation initiatives designed to reconstitute more expansive political formations capable of more robustly countering Roman hegemony and articulating autonomous foreign policies. These concerted consolidation endeavors invariably ignited internecine conflicts among rival Dacian kingdoms, thereby presenting avenues for Roman intervention, yet simultaneously fostering the emergence of more substantial and formidable Dacian political entities that represented an amplified potential menace to Roman strategic concerns. It was during this epoch that Duras rose to prominence as one of the most effective Dacian chieftains in the ongoing territorial unification, securing dominion over considerable expanses of Transylvania through a judicious blend of martial subjugation, astute diplomatic pacts, and strategic marital unions. These efforts effectively re-established intricate webs of collaboration among previously autonomous kingdoms. Material findings from prominent Dacian archaeological locations dating to this era reveal a resurgence of building undertakings and extensive military readiness, strongly implying a synchronized strategic design among the confederated kingdoms. Defensive enhancements at strongholds such as Kostest, Kapulna, and Piatra Roșie integrated novel protective attributes, which evinced both time-honored Dacian construction methodologies and advancements assimilated from careful study of Roman military engineering. The martial apparatus forged by Duras ingeniously merged the inherent Dacian warrior ethos with disciplined training regimens and a uniform approach to armament, thereby cultivating more formidable combat units adept at protracted engagements against the highly professional Roman legions. Dacian military restructuring during this epoch underscored enhanced defensive plating, standardized weapon manufacturing, and synchronized tactical deployments, strategies designed to leverage customary Dacian strengths in rugged highland environments, while simultaneously augmenting their efficacy in unconfined skirmishing grounds. Although the falx continued to be the emblematic weapon of Dacian heavy infantry, military contingents now incorporated specialized detachments outfitted with lances, bucklers, and defensive accoutrements, enabling them to confront Roman legions employing orthodox battlefield strategies. Roman efforts to acquire actionable intelligence concerning Dacian military advancements were substantially dependent upon data supplied by allied monarchs, itinerant traders, and formal diplomatic delegations, which consistently furnished updates on political shifts, martial readiness, and borderland contentions across the Dacian domains. These extensive intelligence conduits empowered Roman military leaders to vigilantly track emergent perils, concurrently pinpointing chances for diplomatic engagement that could preclude the formation of antagonistic alliances or their escalation into formidable military powers. Roman clandestine operations further encompassed direct exploratory incursions, wherein operatives traversed the Danube to scrutinize Dacian defensive structures, appraise their military proficiencies, and forge connections with prospective confederates or informers operating within Dacian lands. The progressive consolidation of Dacian lands under influential figures such as Duras engendered increasingly intricate diplomatic predicaments, compelling Roman policymakers to meticulously weigh divergent strategic aims against the backdrop of finite military assets and internal political limitations, providing succor to less formidable Dacian principalities against their more potent counterparts could potentially hinder perilous territorial integration, yet it simultaneously risked engendering perpetual commitments for military involvement that surpassed Rome's operational capacities or political resolve. Conversely, acquiescing to Dacian amalgamation might alleviate administrative complexities, but at the cost of fostering more formidable adversaries capable of jeopardizing Roman territorial integrity and vital economic concerns. The intricate tapestry of economic interactions between the Roman Empire and the Dacian realms unfurled through a multiplicity of avenues, encompassing both formally sanctioned trade accords and informal mercantile circuits that traversed geographical frontiers irrespective of underlying political frictions. Precious Dacian gold and silver persistently permeated Roman marketplaces via a diverse array of intermediaries and conduits. Concurrently, Roman manufactured articles, choice vintages, and exquisite luxury commodities discovered eager consumers amidst the Dacian aristocracy, who were keen to exhibit their affluence and refined cultural tastes. These burgeoning commercial liaisons forged reciprocal interdependencies, offering compelling inducements for tranquil coexistence, yet concurrently accumulating financial wherewithal that could subsequently underpin military readiness for both parties. The dominion over key Danube river crossings progressively evolved into an acutely disputed matter, as both Roman and Dacian domains augmented their commercial and martial endeavors throughout the broader geographical expanse. These pivotal riverine transit points furnished indispensable arteries for mercantile exchange, troop movements, and diplomatic exchanges, rendering their command imperative for both protective and aggressive strategic foresight. Roman military engineers meticulously erected robustly fortified bridgeheads at critical junctures, whilst Dacian contingents concurrently established reciprocal defensive emplacements designed to thwart Roman riverine incursions during any prospective future hostilities. The imperative of rendering tribute payments engendered persistent friction between Roman officials and Dacian client chieftains, who contended with profound internal dissent against remittances widely perceived by numerous Dacian communities as demeaning capitulations to an external power. The precise quantities and modalities of these tribute exactions necessitated painstaking deliberation, striving to reconcile Roman fiscal requirements with Dacian capacity for remuneration and internal political palatability. Specifically, Roman insistence upon tribute in the form of gold and silver presented unique quandaries for Dacian polities, which relied heavily upon these valuable commodities for the integrity of their own monetary frameworks and the facilitation of their foreign commercial dealings. The imperial tenure of Claudius heralded a momentous alteration in Rome's approach to Dacian affairs, as the empire's expansionist imperatives increasingly gravitated towards solidifying dominion over regions proximate to the Danube frontier, whilst simultaneously formulating more structured methodologies for engaging with barbarian populations. Claudius's triumphant subjugation of Britannia unequivocally showcased Rome's prowess in executing extensive military campaigns. Yet it simultaneously consumed considerable military wherewithal, thereby circumscribing prospects for concurrent territorial enlargement in the southeastern European theater. This calculated strategic reorientation afforded Dacian polities propitious circumstances to fortify their standing without confronting immediate Roman martial coercion. Dacian military preparations throughout the Claudian epoch evinced an escalating conviction that Roman expansion could be effectively thwarted through judicious defensive blueprints and synchronized resistance endeavors. Substantial archaeological corroboration points to considerable capital outlay in the erection and enhancement of fortifications across Dacian lands, with specific prominence accorded to locations commanding mountain defiles and riverine crossings deemed indispensable for any Roman invasion attempts. These elaborate defensive measures assimilated insights gleaned from scrutinizing Roman siegecraft tactics, while diligently preserving the inherent Dacian superiorities afforded by their rugged mountainous topography, which inherently favored defensive engagements. The cultivation of Dacian diplomatic ties with diverse barbarian populations gave rise to prospective confederation networks, which possessed the capacity to intricate Roman strategic formulations, while simultaneously furnishing Dacian kingdoms with augmented military and economic wherewithal. Dacian sovereigns forged liaisons with Germanic clans situated along the northern reaches of the Danube, Sarmatian communities inhabiting the eastern steppes, and sundry Thracian factions that had successfully preserved their autonomy from Roman suzerainty. These concerted diplomatic overtures sought to establish synchronized resistance frameworks capable of precluding Roman legions from massing preponderant military might against isolated objectives. Roman reactions to Dacian diplomatic maneuvers encompassed both overt military coercion and sophisticated counter-diplomatic endeavors, meticulously engineered to impede the formation or effective operationalization of adversarial coalitions. Roman commanders habitually staged intermittent military displays along the Danubian limes, serving to impress upon prospective Roman antagonists the empire's formidable martial prowess, concurrently furnishing occasions to appraise barbarian military readiness and their existing associational bonds. Concurrently, Roman envoys assiduously labored to sustain client allegiances and sow discord amongst potential adversaries through the judicious dispensation of incentives, menaces, and formal political acknowledgement. During the imperium of Nero, a palpable surge in Dacian self-assurance and territorial aggrandizement became evident, drawing Dacian contingents into progressively more frequent encounters with the Roman frontier bulwarks. Dacian martial undertakings throughout this epoch encompassed both customary predatory incursions and more methodical campaigns of territorial acquisition, which directly contested Roman client alliances and imperiled the security of imperial domains. These demonstrable Dacian military triumphs were indicative of both enhanced military structuring and Rome's preoccupation with alternative imperial exigencies, which consequently diminished the resources available for safeguarding the Danubian frontier. Domitian's assumption of imperial authority in 81 AD signaled the inauguration of a more assertive Roman stance concerning Dacian matters, a policy trajectory destined to culminate in unreserved military engagement. The newly enthroned emperor grappled with considerable internal political exigencies that rendered martial triumph indispensable for upholding imperial legitimacy. Whilst Dacian territorial encroachment, guided by progressively adept leadership, imperiled Roman strategic objectives that could no longer be disregarded or addressed solely through diplomatic channels. The scene was thus meticulously arranged for the inevitable direct military showdown, a confrontation for which both belligerents had been methodically girding themselves over the preceding decades of circumspect diplomatic overtures and sporadic frontier skirmishes. The paramount strategic significance of Dacia to Rome's imperial aspirations had progressively become unequivocally clear, owing in no small part to the province's abundant gold mines, which constituted an indispensable fount of income for the imperial treasury. Whilst its topographical placement conferred pivotal benefits for asserting dominion over the entirety of the Danubian frontier zone, Roman military strategists discerned that Dacian territorial integration under competent stewardship presented existential perils to Roman suzerainty across southeastern Europe, thereby mandating resolute military interventions irrespective of the attendant expenditures and hazards. The opulence derived from Dacian auriferous deposits had facilitated the erection of elaborate defensive structures and the sustainment of seasoned military contingents, rendering the Dacian kingdoms redoubtable adversaries capable of inflicting substantial losses upon Roman legions, while simultaneously possessing the potential to incite other barbarian peoples to defy imperial authority. Furthermore, the imperative of prestige within Roman imperial politics rendered a triumphant resolution to the Dacian conundrum vital for any emperor endeavoring to secure domestic political endorsement and military fealty. Predecessor emperors had judiciously abstained from direct engagement with coalesced Dacian forces, yet this circumspection had been construed by certain Roman political commentators as a deficiency that eroded imperial trustworthiness and stimulated barbarian belligerence across the frontier expanses. Domitian's precarious political standing necessitated military triumphs that would unequivocally manifest imperial might, concurrently presenting avenues for territorial expansion and the acquisition of riches capable of underwriting domestic political initiatives and military disbursements. The elaborate strategic computations that had propelled Domitian's progressively assertive Dacian policies were poised to encounter their most redoubtable adversary in the figure of Decebalus, who ascended as the preeminent Dacian sovereign around 87 AD through an amalgamation of martial virtuosity, political astuteness, and spiritual authority that eclipsed even the fabled accomplishments of Burebista. Diverging from his forerunners who had primarily consolidated their dominion through military subjugation or sacerdotal leadership, Decebalus evinced an unparalleled aptitude for integrating military, diplomatic, and administrative faculties, thereby transforming the disparate Dacian principalities into a cohesive state capable of confronting Roman imperial expansion on equivalent terms. Decebalus's rise to prominence transpired during a juncture when Dacian opposition to Roman pressure had arrived at a pivotal moment, with individual kingdoms proving inadequate to counterbalance Roman military capacities whilst conspicuously lacking the requisite coordination for efficacious collective defense. The very appellation Decebalus, signifying strong as 10 men, encapsulated both his personal warrior renown and served as a symbolic manifestation of a unified Dacian might that could rival Roman organizational supremacies through exceptional leadership and prescient strategic formulation. Archaeological findings from significant Dacian strongholds throughout this era furnish evidence of immediate and methodical military preparations, strongly suggesting that Decebalus harbored a lucid strategic foresight concerning the unavoidable clash with Roman legions. The unification of Dacian lands under the astute leadership of Decebalus was accomplished through meticulously planned endeavors. These operations ingeniously integrated martial coercion, astute diplomatic overtures, and spiritual endorsement. A tripartite approach designed to effectively quell domestic opposition and amplify the aggregated power of the realm. In stark contrast to earlier attempts at unification, which had predominantly hinged upon sheer military subjugation or the sway of religious doctrine, Decebalus exhibited a profound comprehension of the varied impetuses and apprehensions that pervaded the myriad Dacian enclaves. He demonstrated this by devising bespoke strategies that diligently catered to distinct regional prerogatives, perhaps through offering specific alliances or promises of enhanced trade, while simultaneously propelling the overarching strategic aims of his burgeoning kingdom. The Orashti Mountains region formed the cornerstone for Decebalus's territorial consolidation, furnishing not only the emblematic authority associated with ancestral Dacian seats of power, but also the tangible benefits of naturally formidable topography, abundant subterranean resources, and pre-existing defensive infrastructure. Decebalus lavished significant resources into augmenting and refining the defensive architecture at Sarmazegetusa Regia, thereby metamorphosing the locale into a multifaceted military and governmental hub. This pivotal complex became capable of orchestrating opposition maneuvers across the full expanse of Dacian dominion, simultaneously serving as an unassailable sanctuary during prospective besieging endeavors by rival forces. The sweeping military reforms instituted by Decebalus meticulously tackled inherent deficiencies within the conventional Dacian martial structure, all while judiciously retaining indigenous cultural components that offered psychological leverage and sustained the fighting spirit of the warriors. The ingrained veneration for individual martial skill persisted as a core tenet of Dacian military culture, yet Decebalus inaugurated methodical instructional regimens. These programs imparted the intricacies of synchronized phalanx maneuvers, sophisticated siegecraft, and bespoke tactical protocols specifically engineered to neutralize distinct Roman martial superiorities. Such comprehensive reforms necessitated substantial capital outlay for dedicated training establishments, advanced armaments manufacturing, and seasoned martial pedagogues, whose mission it was to mold erstwhile tribal fighters into highly disciplined legionaries, adept at protracted military campaigns. The fearsome falx weapon, too, experienced profound evolutionary refinement under Decebalus's military directives. Dacian metallurgists honed their artisanal methods, yielding blades of unparalleled quality, concomitantly devising specialized combat methodologies that optimized the weapon's lethality within coordinated battle formations. Subsequent archaeological excavations of falx blades from this period uncover evidence of advanced thermal processing and superior edge tempering techniques, which resulted in armaments capable of piercing formidable Roman panoply while steadfastly preserving their structural resilience throughout prolonged engagements. The visceral psychological effect of the falx upon Roman legionaries, moreover, emerged as a pivotal determinant in the overall efficacy of Dacian martial prowess, as contemporary Roman chronicles vividly recounted the dread instilled by the ferocious Dacian assaults, spearheaded by warriors brandishing these uniquely curved implements of war. The comprehensive administrative restructuring under Decebalus established methodical frameworks of governance designed to effectively superintend the intricate logistical demands of sustained martial opposition. Concurrently, these structures were engineered to uphold civilian economic vitality and societal equilibrium throughout the realm. The sophisticated administrative system ingeniously integrated facets derived from antecedent Dacian political customs, whilst pioneering novel approaches that evinced Decebalus's acute grasp of Roman administrative paradigms. This forward-thinking design also addressed the unique complexities inherent in orchestrating defiance across disparate geographical zones and myriad tribal confederations, ensuring cohesive action against external threats. The geographical reach of Decebalus's dominion at its apex embraced nearly every territory previously incorporated within Burebista's inaugural confederacy, augmented by further lands acquired through both martial subjugation and astute diplomatic pacts. Empirical archaeological findings attest to a pervasive Dacian cultural and political sway stretching from the Tisa River in the west to the Dniester River in the east, and from the Carpathian Mountains in the north to the Danube River in the south. This formidable territorial scope necessitated highly refined communication arteries, intricate administrative stratifications, and a robust martial apparatus capable of sustaining cohesion and synchronized action over vast expanses, which inherently tested the limits of ancient transit and informational exchange capacities. The extensive enhancements to defensive structures across Dacian lands under Decebalus's purview judiciously integrated the venerable Murus Dacicus construction methodologies alongside pioneering advancements born from meticulous analysis of Roman siegecraft tactics and their architectural defensive principles. These augmented defensive complexes boasted concentric defensive perimeters, camouflaged emplacements for ballistic weaponry, subterranean repositories, and sophisticated integrated hydrologic systems. Such comprehensive designs allowed them to endure protracted blockades while simultaneously serving as launching pads for aggressive sorties against Roman strongholds. Implementing these defensive improvements necessitated synchronized workforces, highly specialized engineering acumen, and substantial material provisions, thereby unequivocally showcasing the kingdom's formidable organizational prowess and robust economic vitality. The cultivation of Dacian capabilities in siege warfare stood as a paramount martial innovation introduced by Decebalus, particularly since the conventional Dacian martial ethos had historically prioritized swift maneuver warfare and reactive defensive engagements, as opposed to the methodical subjugation of entrenched strongholds. Dacian military engineers, therefore, conceived and constructed formidable catapults robust battering rams, and towering siege engines, which integrated both inherited native engineering legacies and sophisticated methodologies gleaned from meticulous observation of Roman martial endeavors. Such offensive siege capacities empowered Dacian armies to assault Roman fortresses and populated areas, instead of being confined solely to protective maneuvers. This development markedly broadened their range of strategic alternatives, compelling Roman commanders to safeguard sprawling frontiers rather than consolidating their legions for aggressive campaigns. Sophisticated intelligence apparatuses instituted by Decebalus furnished methodical capacities for data collection, empowering Dacian martial strategists to meticulously track Roman military readiness, accurately evaluate adversary strengths, and discern opportune moments for proactive assaults. These intricate intelligence endeavors encompassed both sanctioned diplomatic delegations that gleaned insights via official conduits and clandestine reconnaissance undertakings that supplied granular military intelligence pertaining to Roman troop deployments, logistical provisions, and overarching strategic blueprints. The undeniable efficacy of Dacian intelligence acquisition became strikingly evident in ensuing martial engagements, wherein Dacian forces exhibited an intimate understanding of Roman military preparations and their underlying strategic designs, often preempting or countering Roman moves with remarkable precision. The extensive diplomatic overtures spearheaded by Decebalus sought to forge formidable anti-Roman alliances, capable of furnishing martial aid, financial backing, and synchronized strategic direction, thereby precluding Roman legions from massing an insurmountable advantage against the Dacian domains. These extensive diplomatic endeavors spanned across southeastern Europe and even further afield, cultivating relationships with diverse entities such as Germanic tribal federations, the equestrian Sarmatian peoples, various Thracian factions, and remarkably, even distant powers like the formidable Parthian Empire, all of whom harbored a mutual vested interest in curbing Roman territorial aggrandizement. The sheer breadth and intricate finesse of these diplomatic engagements unequivocally underscored Decebalus's profound conviction that sustained resistance against a colossal empire necessitated international solidarity and meticulously harmonized strategic foresight. The intricate rapport cultivated between Decebalus and the chieftains of Germanic tribes entailed multifaceted deliberations pertaining to martial support, geographical demarcations, and the political frameworks governing post-hostility interactions. These negotiations demanded a delicate equilibrium between pressing martial exigencies and expansive, future-oriented strategic aims. While Germanic tribal confederations commanded formidable martial prowess that held the potential to substantially augment Dacian efforts of defiance, their inherent expansionist aspirations and distinct cultural paradigms often engendered nascent frictions, which necessitated exceptional diplomatic dexterity to navigate successfully. Empirical archaeological findings from this epoch indicate a heightened degree of interaction between Dacian and Germanic territories, where the reciprocal exchange of material culture serves as tangible testament to sustained diplomatic and mercantile engagements. Through astute Sarmatian diplomatic relationships, Decebalus secured prospective avenues to potent equestrian contingents and distinctive nomadic martial methodologies, which could admirably supplement the conventional Dacian infantry strengths. This collaboration simultaneously conferred crucial strategic mobility benefits in engagements against Roman military maneuvers. The formidable Sarmatian heavy cavalry, resplendent with elongated lances and robust defensive panoply, epitomized martial proficiencies that Roman legions had, throughout history, encountered considerable difficulty in effectively neutralizing. Consequently, the judicious amalgamation of Sarmatian equestrian tactics with established Dacian infantry formations forged potent combined arms capacities, which profoundly augmented the overall efficacy of Dacian martial power, while simultaneously imparting invaluable strategic adaptability for both aggressive forays and resolute defensive actions. The shrewd economic directives instituted by Decebalus were meticulously designed to optimize the extraction of natural resources and enhance productive capacities, concurrently preserving societal equilibrium and ensuring widespread popular endorsement for the ongoing martial defiance. The rich gold and silver mines, which constituted the bedrock of Dacian prosperity, were the beneficiaries of intensified capital expenditure in sophisticated extraction machinery, advanced processing infrastructure, and efficient transportation arteries. These improvements were engineered to sustain elevated output levels, notwithstanding relentless Roman military coercion and the specter of protracted siege conditions. Furthermore, these comprehensive economic preparations notably encompassed the establishment of alternative commercial conduits, which were capable of operating unimpeded despite Roman endeavors to enforce economic embargoes or sever established mercantile connections. Commercial relationships. Agricultural policies under King Decebalus profoundly underscored the critical importance of food assurance and the generation of surplus provisions, which were strategically designed to sustain extensive military operations, while simultaneously provisioning the civilian populace during potential periods of siege or the territorial disruptions invariably wrought by arduous military campaigns. Dacian agricultural communities, spanning the breadth of the kingdom, received comprehensive guidance in advanced food preservation methodologies, the sophisticated construction of robust storage facilities, and the judicious practice of crop diversification. These measures collectively aimed to guarantee dependable food supplies, irrespective of the specific military or political exigencies of the moment. Such meticulous agricultural preparations eloquently evinced a profound comprehension of the intricate logistical requirements indispensable for protracted military defiance and an acute awareness of the crucial role civilian backing played during extended hostilities. The significant augmentation of craft production during Decebalus's reign was primarily concentrated on the large-scale fabrication of military armaments, yet it diligently maintained traditional artistic and cultural endeavors. These activities served the dual purpose of bolstering Dacian identity and fostering social solidarity. Throughout Dacian territories, weapons manufacturing facilities substantially heightened their output of formidable falx blades, sharply honed spear points, precision arrowheads, and sturdy defensive equipment. Concurrently, they instituted rigorous quality control procedures, ensuring uniform operational benchmarks and consistent performance standards across all manufactured items. These considerable manufacturing enhancements necessitated the expertise of adept artisans, the deployment of bespoke implements, and a steady provision of fundamental raw materials, all of which demonstrably showcased the kingdom's impressive industrial prowess and its sophisticated economic administration. Religious policies under Decebalus meticulously upheld the traditional tenets of Zalmoxian worship, while astutely modifying spiritual practices to bolster military resistance and foster political unity among the kingdom's diverse populations. Religious ceremonies increasingly accentuated motifs of profound sacrifice for collective safeguarding, invoked divine endorsement for righteous opposition against foreign subjugation, and promised ethereal recompense for those who nobly perished, safeguarding Dacian sovereignty. These judicious religious adjustments provided essential psychological conditioning for warfare, simultaneously perpetuating ancestral customs that distinctly differentiated Dacian identity from the encroaching Roman cultural influences. The deliberate amalgamation of religious authority with military leadership under Decebalus forged cohesive command frameworks, capable of orchestrating both the sacred and secular dimensions of resistance efforts, all while preserving legitimacy among a populace that deeply revered traditional religious practices. Throughout Dacian territories, religious leaders provided not only spiritual counsel, but also tangible assistance for martial readiness, leveraging their considerable community influence to stimulate enlistment, encourage material provision, and ensure populace collaboration with military demands. This comprehensive integration of religious and martial authority established all-encompassing defensive capacities that adeptly confronted both the physical and mental dimensions of protracted conflict. Social organization under Decebalus meticulously preserved traditional tribal structures, yet concurrently instituted strategic modifications designed to enhance martial efficacy and administrative streamlining. Warrior contingents, which had historically functioned as autonomous formations, were systematically incorporated into extensive martial configurations. These larger units were capable of synchronizing complex combat maneuvers, while diligently sustaining the individual allegiance bonds that furnished motivation and troop solidarity. Such organizational transformations necessitated a judicious equilibrium between military prowess and cultural integrity, safeguarding ancestral warrior traditions while forging the capacities essential for engaging the disciplined Roman legions. The emergence and evolution of specialized military roles within Dacian society fostered distinct professional cadres, including engineers, intelligence operatives, diplomatic representatives, and logistical specialists, each possessing proficiencies crucial to intricate martial endeavors. These specialized functions necessitated structured instructional curricula, clear professional progression avenues, and significant societal acknowledgement, which not only attracted adept individuals, but also built organizational expertise. This institutional knowledge was designed to endure personnel losses and sustain functional potency during extended conflicts. The advent of martial specialization within traditional Dacian society thus signified a profound societal adjustment that augmented collective capacities while meticulously preserving fundamental cultural attributes. Cultural accomplishments during the Decebalus period eloquently evinced both ancestral Dacian artistic customs and groundbreaking advancements that assimilated influences from contact with varied civilizations, all while meticulously preserving a unique Dacian character. Metallurgical methodologies attained unparalleled refinement, yielding exquisitely crafted ornamental pieces, sacred relics, and ritualistic armaments that showcased superior craftsmanship and refined aesthetic discernment. These cultural productions fulfilled both utilitarian roles and emblematic aims, bolstering Dacian identity while exhibiting cultural sophistication to foreign onlookers. Architectural advancements during this era seamlessly merged defensive utility with an emblematic representation of Dacian might and societal accomplishment. Construction projects at principal locations incorporated grand proportions and engineering ingenuity, which not only highlighted Dacian capabilities, but also fulfilled practical martial and governmental roles. The comprehensive integration of defensive, administrative, and ceremonial architecture fashioned impressive complexes that demonstrably evinced Dacian administrative prowess and refined artistry to both domestic and foreign observers. Military engineering initiatives executed by Decebalus encompassed not only the extensive erection of defensive barriers, but also the systematic evolution of transit systems, the establishment of sophisticated signaling apparatuses, and the creation of robust supply chain frameworks. These endeavors were all designed to underpin synchronized martial endeavors across vast geographical areas. Thoroughfare building connected principal defensive strongholds, affording swift transit capacities for military forces and provision caravans. Beacon relay systems enabled rapid information exchange across challenging topography, which would otherwise have hindered synchronized combat maneuvers. Furthermore, the establishment of material repositories created vital stockpiles of armaments, provisions, and gear capable of sustaining military operations during protracted military expeditions or arduous blockade circumstances. The meticulous establishment of defensive emplacements throughout Dacian territories entailed careful topographical examination and overarching tactical design. This maximized inherent geographical benefits while simultaneously fashioning synchronized protective systems capable of reciprocal assistance and tactical adaptability. Mountain defiles were extensively fortified, specifically designed to direct hostile contingents into pre-designated engagement areas, while concurrently offering safeguarded retreat paths for protecting soldiers. Fluvial passages were readied for destruction, capable of impeding hostile progression while preserving Allied troop maneuverability through supplementary passage locations. These comprehensive defensive preparations demonstrably evinced advanced martial construction prowess and comprehensive tactical foresight, mirroring a meticulous examination of prospective Roman incursions paths and operational alternatives. Tactical information gathering, or intelligence preparation of the battlefield, encompassed detailed cartography of Roman martial encampments, a thorough evaluation of enemy capacities and limitations, and the pinpointing of critical weaknesses that could be leveraged through aggressive maneuvers. Dacian scouting expeditions furnished intelligence regarding Roman logistical routes, signaling systems, and protective emplacements, which in turn facilitated overarching tactical design and operational readiness for particular martial engagements. This systematic military preparation transcended traditional ancestral clan combat techniques, showcasing an acute comprehension of contemporary martial demands. The synchronization of military preparations across diverse territorial regions and communal factions necessitated robust governmental capacities and efficient signaling networks. These systems were vital to preserve unity of command, while honoring regional self-governance and societal distinctions. Decebalus instituted tiered leadership frameworks that furnished unambiguous chains of command, yet meticulously preserved flexibility for regional adjustment and self-direction. These structural advancements forged martial capacities that seamlessly merged the benefits of unified direction with the merits of localized implementation, enabling adaptation to evolving combat scenarios and regional circumstances. The extensive military preparations that Decebalus had meticulously organized across his dominion would confront their supreme trial when Marcus Ulpius Trajanus acceded to the imperial dignity in 98 AD. In stark contrast to his forerunners, who had approached the Dacian question with differing levels of circumspection and political negotiation, Trajan assumed command with an unambiguous objective of territorial aggrandizement. He perceived Dacia as both a vital imperative and a prime prospect for the kind of martial renown that would solidify his standing among the most esteemed Roman rulers. The new emperor commanded profound martial expertise, garnered from extensive expeditions in Germania and Spain, which furnished him with a hands-on understanding of border conflicts and the formidable supply chain difficulties involved in subjugating strongly fortified foreign lands. Emperor Trajan's astute strategic analysis of the unfolding situation in Dacia determined that King Decebalus had successfully established a unified realm whose formidable military capabilities, expansive territorial control, and considerable economic assets presented profound and existential threats to Roman dominion over the entire Danubian frontier region. Intelligence dispatches reaching the Eternal City provided detailed accounts of sophisticated Dacian defensive structures, a highly organized and professional military apparatus, and an intricate web of alliance networks that possessed the potential to galvanize other barbarian peoples into challenging Roman authority across the entirety of southeastern Europe. The sagacious emperor fully grasped that allowing Decebalus to solidify his territorial gains and further augment Dacian power would inevitably engender progressively more severe dangers to imperial security, which might ultimately necessitate a far more substantial commitment of military resources to effectively neutralize in the future. The immense riches derived from Dacian gold mines had swiftly become an indispensable element within Rome's complex strategic deliberations, especially as the imperial treasury faced escalating fiscal pressures stemming from colossal military expenditures, ambitious public works projects, and extensive social welfare initiatives, all of which demanded dependable and substantial streams of revenue. Expert Roman economic analysts projected that a triumphant conquest of Dacia could furnish ample reserves of precious metals sufficient to underwrite major imperial undertakings, while concurrently eradicating the substantial costs associated with maintaining vigilant defensive positions along a volatile and unpredictable border. The alluring prospect of seizing operational mining sites intact, rather than witnessing their destruction through prolonged and destructive warfare, strongly incentivized swift and decisive military action designed to achieve a rapid subjugation before Dacian forces could implement widespread scorched earth tactics. Trajan's meticulous military preparations for the impending Dacian campaign involved an unprecedented degree of logistical foresight and a massive mobilization of imperial resources, which reflected both the sheer scale of the planned offensive and the valuable lessons gleaned from previous Roman expeditions across challenging and inhospitable landscapes. The emperor amassed a formidable fighting force numbering approximately 150,000 soldiers, meticulously drawn from legions deployed across the vast expanse of the empire, incorporating seasoned veteran units possessing profound expertise in the intricate art of siegecraft, high-altitude maneuvers, and complex engineering endeavors. The venerable Legio Secunda Adiutrix, Legio Quarta Flavia Felix, Legio Septima Claudia, and Legio Prima Minervia constituted the formidable core of this invasion contingent, further augmented by a multitude of auxiliary detachments that furnished specialized proficiencies in mounted combat, precision archery, and advanced siege engineering. The extensive engineering preparations for the military campaign encompassed the prior assembly of sophisticated siege apparatus, prefabricated components for constructing bridges, and bespoke implements specifically crafted for deployment in the rugged, elevated landscapes, where Rome's customary engineering prowess might otherwise be diminished. Expert Roman military engineers meticulously analyzed comprehensive intelligence dossiers pertaining to Dacian strongholds, formulating unique methodologies and innovative gear intended to circumvent the formidable Murus Dacicus building techniques, which had historically demonstrated resilience against standard siege tactics. The meticulous crafting of specialized ballistic weaponry, including enhanced ballista and catapult prototypes, vividly underscored Rome's unwavering resolve to attain a technological ascendancy capable of counterbalancing Dacia's inherent advantages in utilizing its challenging topography for defense. The inaugural Dacian War was initiated in 101 AD, marked by Roman legions traversing the mighty Danube River at numerous locations concurrently, thereby executing a meticulously crafted, strategic blueprint intended to preclude Dacian armies from consolidating their full military might against any singular line of advance. Emperor Trajan himself personally led the primary invasion contingent that forged a crossing near the contemporary site of Drobeta Turnu Severin, whilst supplementary detachments secured vital bridgeheads at strategically chosen points, capable of rendering reciprocal assistance and simultaneously menacing a multitude of Dacian defensive strongholds. This ingenious multi-pronged offensive tactic compelled King Decebalus to disperse his troops across several imperiled sectors, effectively thwarting his ability to enact unified defensive schemes that could have potentially yielded greater efficacy against a solitary, massed invading army. The preeminent Roman engineering prowess immediately evinced its dominance through the swift erection of pontoon bridges, which facilitated the unimpeded passage of weighty siege machinery and crucial logistical convoys across the Danube. Notwithstanding Dacian endeavors to dispute these riverine incursions, Roman sappers possessed pre-assembled bridge elements that could be rapidly fitted together amidst hostile engagements, thereby conferring a decisive tactical advantage in mobility that Dacian forces struggled to effectively neutralize. The sheer celerity of Roman bridge-building operations precluded Dacian defenders from orchestrating concerted assaults against exposed Roman contingents during the perilous river-crossing maneuvers, thus enabling the establishment of secure Roman beachheads on the northern bank well before any substantial or organized defensive counteractions could be mounted. The preliminary stage of the Roman incursion was met with tenacious opposition from Dacian forces, which unequivocally showcased the efficacy of their recent military overhauls and extensive defensive groundwork. Dacian combatants, brandishing their formidable falx weaponry, proved adept at inflicting grievous losses upon Roman infantry formations, especially within the confines of close-quarters engagements, where the distinctively curved blades could expertly exploit vulnerabilities in Roman plate armor and shield configurations. Roman commanding officers swiftly developed a profound regard for Dacian fighting prowess, consequently enacting strategic adjustments that prioritized ranged projectile weaponry, synchronized unit assaults, and innovative engineering stratagems designed to minimize direct infantry clashes where the Dacian falx proved most devastating. The relentless progression towards the principal Dacian bastions necessitated that Roman legions surmount a multitude of entrenched defensive emplacements, meticulously arrayed by Decebalus along all access pathways leading to his formidable mountain fortresses. Each individual defensive bulwark demanded protracted and methodical siege endeavors, which invariably depleted precious time, material assets, and human resources concurrently affording Dacian forces opportunities to inflict casualties and impede the Roman advance towards their overarching strategic aims. Roman military architects devised bespoke methodologies for dismantling Dacian fortifications, encompassing the deployment of subterranean sapping operations, sustained barrages from concentrated artillery, and synchronized frontal assault maneuvers, all meticulously designed to nullify the inherent strengths conferred by the Murus Dacicus's distinctive construction techniques. The Second Battle of Tapai emerged as the pivotal confrontation of the initial campaign, occurring when Roman legions, under the direct leadership of Emperor Trajan, clashed with the principal Dacian army entrenched in a meticulously engineered defensive stronghold. This position was expertly chosen to amplify Dacian tactical benefits, while concurrently diminishing Rome's inherent superiority in armaments and structured military organization. The chosen terrain was characterized by precipitous gradients, a thick canopy of woodlands, and pre-established impediments that served to funnel Roman forces into designated kill zones, where Dacian falx-wielding warriors could optimally leverage their weapons' lethality against Roman formations. The engagement began with widespread skirmishes, as both opposing armies skillfully jockeyed for positional supremacy, simultaneously scrutinizing the adversary's strengths and strategic designs. The Roman tactical arrangements at Tapai clearly evinced the valuable insights garnered from previous confrontations with Dacian adversaries, underscoring a strategy that prioritized synchronized artillery bombardment, meticulously ordered troop movements, and the methodical capitalization on Roman strengths in superior armor plating and cohesive organizational discipline. Roman commanding officers strategically placed their ballista and catapult detachments to unleash sustained suppressive volleys against Dacian strongholds, while legionary cohorts advanced in precisely coordinated echelons, capable of preserving their structural integrity despite the challenging topography and ferocious opposition. The overarching Roman tactical philosophy centered on applying constant duress and systematically dismantling Dacian defensive emplacements, rather than pursuing rapid, decisive breakthrough maneuvers that could potentially expose them to perilous Dacian counteroffensives. The Dacian defensive methodologies employed at Tapai unequivocally showcased a profound grasp of their intrinsic strengths and inherent weaknesses, concurrently exploiting to the fullest the strategic benefits afforded by their chosen terrain and pre-fortified emplacements. King Decebalus meticulously deployed his troops to capitalize maximally on the natural shielding offered by steep inclines and dense arboreal cover, concurrently establishing a series of tiered fallback positions meticulously designed to maintain cohesive and organized resistance, even in the event of a breach in the primary defensive perimeters. Dacian military leaders meticulously orchestrated assaults, combining their formidable falx-wielding heavy infantry with supplementary volleys of projectile fire and swift cavalry maneuvers, all calibrated to fracture Roman unit cohesion and forge openings for potent counterthrusts against vulnerable Roman detachments. The lethal efficacy of Dacian falx armaments against Roman military gear became strikingly evident during the brutal hand-to-hand phases of the engagement, as the distinctive curved blades demonstrated an uncanny ability to circumvent Roman scutum shields, inflicting horrific gashes upon unprotected extremities and necks. Roman legionaries discovered their customary scutum shields offered diminished protection against falx assaults compared to conventional weaponry, owing to the curved blade's design, which deftly exploited gaps in shield positioning and delivered blows from unforeseen trajectories. Roman military analysts observed that injuries inflicted by the falx were characteristically more grievous than those caused by straight-edged blades, engendering significant psychological repercussions that curtailed Roman combat efficiency. Even when the numerical extent of casualties remained within tolerable thresholds. In response to the unfolding combat, Roman tactical adjustments during the engagement encompassed the deployment of bespoke anti-falx battle arrays, which heavily relied upon synchronized spear maneuvers and persistent projectile bombardments, specifically devised to maintain Dacian combatants at a range where their peculiar curved armaments could not be wielded with destructive efficacy. Roman commanding officers strategically stationed auxiliary archers and slingers to deliver unremitting vexation upon Dacian formations, whilst legionary spearmen erected impenetrable defensive bulwarks that precluded direct hand-to-hand confrontations, precisely where the falx weapons showcased their utmost lethality. Such ingenious tactical novelties demanded meticulous synchronization and unwavering discipline in their execution amidst the chaos of battle, thereby unequivocally exemplifying Roman military sagacity and their remarkable capacity for adaptation under duress. The conclusion of the second engagement at Tapai was not achieved by a singular, overwhelming maneuver or a swift, breakthrough assault, but rather by the relentless, methodical application of Roman power, which inexorably eroded Dacian tenacity. Roman ordnance batteries unleashed an incessant barrage upon the entrenched Dacian fortifications, while their infantry legions systematically pushed forward, navigating through an array of prearranged impediments and formidable defensive structures. Ultimately, the confluence of Rome's advanced engineering prowess, its meticulously managed supply chains, and its rigorously executed tactical discipline proved decisive, surmounting the Dacians' intrinsic strengths in challenging topography, their fervent resolve, and their individual martial prowess. This compelled the Dacian contingents to relinquish their well-prepared strongholds, thereby averting an utter annihilation. The Dacians' disengagement maneuvers showcased an impressive level of intricate military foresight and strategic execution, successfully safeguarding substantial elements of King Decebalus's fighting force for subsequent campaigns. This calculated retreat simultaneously deprived the Roman legions of the comprehensive triumph that could have instantaneously quelled all Dacian opposition. Their commanding officers orchestrated synchronized rearguard skirmishes and tactical withdrawals, effectively impeding the Roman advance and shielding their primary contingents as they fell back to pre-selected, fallback defensive lines. The undeniable efficacy of these Dacian retrograde movements thwarted the Roman objective of achieving a definitive obliteration of enemy military assets, an outcome that would have rendered any further resistance utterly unfeasible. In the wake of the Tapai engagement, the Roman legions found themselves compelled to persist in the methodical dismantling of Dacian strongholds, all while contending with increasingly elongated lines of communication and a rising tally of wounded and fallen, starkly indicative of the fierce Dacian opposition. The unparalleled ingenuity of Roman engineering proved indispensable in sustaining the offensive impetus. Military sappers meticulously erected vital thoroughfares, sturdy bridges, and crucial logistical hubs. These infrastructure projects facilitated ongoing military endeavors across challenging topographies, despite the Dacians' persistent attempts to sabotage Roman supply arrangements. The establishment of enduring Roman garrisons and fortifications across the newly acquired territories unequivocally signaled the empire's resolute determination to exert lasting dominion over these captured regions, simultaneously furnishing strategic staging points for future military thrusts. Among all the monumental undertakings of the campaign, Trajan's bridge stood as the preeminent engineering marvel, serving as a powerful testament to Rome's advanced technical prowess, and simultaneously conferring strategic benefits that profoundly reshaped the military landscape along the Danube border. This colossal bridge-building endeavor, meticulously overseen by the eminent architect Apollodorus of Damascus, necessitated the fabrication of immense stone pillars designed to bear a substantial wooden superstructure. This superstructure was robust enough to accommodate extensive military convoys and equipment, regardless of prevailing meteorological conditions. The chosen site for the bridge, situated close to the contemporary locality of Drobeta Turnu Severin, presented ideal topographical and hydrological circumstances for its construction, while crucially affording unimpeded strategic entry into Dacian domains, thereby facilitating prolonged military campaigns. The precise technical specifications of Trajan's bridge were a clear manifestation of an advanced comprehension of hydraulic dynamics, structural integrity, and construction methodologies, truly embodying the zenith of Roman engineering prowess. This impressive edifice spanned approximately 1,135 meters in total length, punctuated by 20 formidable stone piers that majestically ascended to elevations reaching 60 meters above the Danube's flowing expanse. Each individual pier demanded the embedding of immense stone foundations, meticulously designed to endure severe inundations, the destructive force of ice flows, and any conceivable acts of subversion, all while firmly supporting the wooden arch assemblies that formed the actual thoroughfare. The undertaking of this immense construction project necessitated the meticulous synchronization of vast labor contingents, deployment of highly specialized machinery, and an abundance of expert engineering acumen, thereby unequivocally showcasing Rome's formidable organizational capacities and profound technical erudition. The strategic ramifications of Trajan's bridge transcended its immediate practical value as a military conduit, for this enduring crossing point facilitated the swift mobilization of Roman legions deep into Dacian lands. Concurrently, it established inviolable logistical arteries capable of sustaining protracted military endeavors, entirely impervious to fluctuating seasonal extremes or hostile interventions. The bridge effectively nullified the inherent advantages the Dacians previously enjoyed by virtue of their control over Danube crossing points, simultaneously endowing Roman commanders with an unprecedented degree of tactical adaptability, allowing for prompt reactions to evolving battlefield dynamics. Furthermore, the profound psychological impression left by the bridge's construction upon both the Roman populace and the Dacian inhabitants served as an undeniable declaration of imperial engineering supremacy and unwavering resolve, significantly swaying political assessments across the entire region. The undertaking of the bridge project was fraught with formidable construction hurdles, encompassing the intricate management of the capricious riverine environment, the precise orchestration of immense material demands, and the rigorous adherence to demanding work timelines, all exacerbated by the looming threat of enemy sabotage and adverse climatic phenomena. Roman engineering specialists conceived and implemented groundbreaking methodologies that permitted the accurate placement of colossal stone blocks within the powerful currents of the Danube, while simultaneously preserving the exacting alignment and inherent structural soundness crucial for the edifice's enduring resilience. This monumental enterprise necessitated extensive quarrying activities, the establishment of sophisticated transportation conduits, and the deployment of purpose-built construction apparatus, collectively constituting a colossal logistical endeavor demanding synchronized efforts across numerous military and civilian entities. Upon the successful culmination of Trajan's bridge, the Roman legions gained the capacity to exert unremitting pressure upon Dacian strongholds, simultaneously benefiting from safeguarded lines of retreat that significantly mitigated the inherent perils of prolonged military forays into hostile lands. Roman strategists were now empowered to conceive and execute strategic maneuvers that had previously been unattainable, primarily owing to formidable logistical impediments and the inherent vulnerabilities of river crossings. This formidable bridge infrastructure furnished unparalleled capabilities for swift troop augmentation, consistent replenishment of provisions, and dynamic tactical adaptability, thereby fundamentally redefining the strategic equilibrium between the Roman and Dacian military powers. The interim peace accord that brought an end to the First Dacian War was a testament to a dual reality. It encapsulated Rome's overarching strategic ambitions while simultaneously acknowledging the pragmatic constraints that precluded an immediate and total subjugation of Dacian lands. While Roman legions had indeed secured notable tactical triumphs and seized pivotal Dacian strongholds, the arduous campaign had concurrently exposed the considerable expenditures and formidable obstacles inherent in subduing mountainous regions, meticulously fortified and tenaciously defended by their resolute inhabitants. Emperor Trajan, with keen strategic acumen, discerned that a complete and definitive subjugation of Dacia would necessitate a greater investment of assets, extended periods of time, and more comprehensive military readiness. He judged that these prerequisites could be more effectively amassed through an interim accord, which would afford a crucial window for meticulous future planning. The stipulations of the peace treaty, meticulously hammered out between Trajan and King Decebalus, formally designated Dacia as a client state beholden to Rome. This arrangement imposed precise responsibilities upon Dacia, including regular tribute disbursements, provision of military aid, and adherence to specific territorial demarcations, all designed to advance Roman strategic prerogatives while ostensibly safeguarding Dacian political independence under the watchful eye of Roman authority. In adherence to the peace agreement, King Decebalus consented to the demolition of specific defensive structures, the surrender of prominent individuals as tokens of unwavering adherence, and the acceptance of Roman military contingents stationed at pivotal strategic points. These garrisons were designed to meticulously observe Dacian movements and simultaneously serve as forward operating bases for any future military interventions deemed necessary. These concessions bestowed upon Rome considerable strategic benefits, concurrently affording Decebalus the prerogative to retain governance over his realm and to clandestinely ready himself for inevitable future hostilities. Roman strategic analyses concerning this peace arrangement acknowledged that such a provisional truce presented invaluable chances for comprehensive intelligence acquisition, meticulous logistical prepositioning, and astute political cultivation, all of which would undoubtedly bolster the prospects for victorious military endeavors in the future. During this interlude of peace, Roman administrative officials were positioned to forge more streamlined and resilient supply chains, to meticulously accumulate granular intelligence concerning Dacian military capacities and underlying designs, and to cultivate advantageous political affiliations with prospective Dacian confederates who might lend their support to Roman aims in subsequent military engagements. Furthermore, The negotiated settlement afforded a crucial interval for Roman military formations to recuperate from the rigors and losses sustained during the campaign, simultaneously allowing for the assimilation of invaluable tactical insights gleaned from their direct combat encounters with Dacian adversaries. Conversely, the strategic aims of the Dacians throughout the peace deliberations centered primarily on securing a vital reprieve for comprehensive military rearmament, the meticulous cultivation of diplomatic alliances, and a much-needed economic resurgence. These efforts were all geared towards significantly augmenting their capacity for resistance in anticipation of the unavoidable future clashes with Roman power. King Decebalus, with clear foresight, comprehended that the ultimate imperial ambitions of Rome inexorably pointed towards the total annexation of Dacia, rendering the peace agreement a mere fleeting interlude rather than an enduring cessation of hostilities. Consequently, the astute Dacian monarch shrewdly leveraged this period of calm to reinforce his defensive bastions, broaden the scope of military instruction initiatives, and forge critical Confederate bonds that would potentially furnish augmented assistance during forthcoming military campaigns. The practical application of the agreed-upon peace stipulations inevitably engendered persistent frictions and disagreements, serving as a clear reflection of the inherent and irreconcilable disparities between Rome's imperialistic ambitions and Dacia's fervent yearnings for self-governance. The Roman insistence upon substantial tribute payments, significant territorial cessions, and stringent military limitations frequently clashed with deeply ingrained Dacian customs and essential political exigencies, rendering full adherence either exceptionally challenging or outright unattainable. These intrinsic difficulties in fulfilling the terms of the accord thus furnished a convenient justification for subsequent military intervention, simultaneously generating intense political pressures that rendered a resumption of hostilities progressively more probable, even in the shadow of the provisional settlement. During the uneasy interlude of peace, a period marked by profound mutual suspicion and anticipatory caution, both the Roman Empire and the Dacian kingdom engaged in comprehensive intelligence operations. Their respective agents and envoys meticulously gathered critical information, each side endeavoring to ascertain the adversary's military strengths, strategic designs, and inherent weaknesses. Such insights were deemed invaluable for securing a decisive advantage in any forthcoming hostilities. Roman reconnaissance efforts were primarily directed towards systematically charting Dacian defensive structures, meticulously evaluating their armed forces' capacities, and pinpointing any internal political schisms that could be judiciously exploited in subsequent military undertakings. Conversely, Dacian intelligence networks intensely scrutinized Roman military readiness, deciphered their overarching strategic blueprints, and monitored political shifts within the imperial administration that might signal the precise moment and ultimate aims of any renewed Roman offensive. This clandestine struggle for information underscored the profound mutual suspicion that permeated their ostensible diplomatic engagements. The Second Dacian War was ultimately ignited in 105 AD, a direct consequence of mounting tensions and reciprocal suspicions that rendered sustained peaceful coexistence utterly untenable. This breakdown occurred notwithstanding the formal treaty obligations that, in theory, were meant to regulate the intricate Roman-Dacian relationships. The Roman Empire, seeking a legitimate casus belli, leveled accusations of egregious Dacian treaty violations, thereby furnishing the necessary pretext for renewed military intervention. Simultaneously, the Dacians, having meticulously prepared their defenses, evinced a clear recognition that armed conflict had become an inescapable reality, irrespective of any lingering diplomatic endeavors to preserve tranquility. Both imperial and barbarian powers had judiciously utilized the preceding interval to fortify their military assets and strategically bolster their respective positions, thus meticulously presaging a far more conclusive and brutal military confrontation than the initial campaign had witnessed. The pivotal triumph achieved at Sarmizegetusa Regia in 106 AD represented far more than the mere demise of Dacian sovereignty. It heralded the inauguration of one of the Roman Empire's most ambitious provincial undertakings. As the acrid smoke dissipated from the smoldering ruins of the Dacian capital, and the tragic suicide of King Decebalus extinguished the final emblem of organized resistance, Emperor Trajan confronted the formidable undertaking of converting a staunchly autonomous warrior kingdom into a lucrative Roman province. The emperor's strategic vision transcended simple military occupation. He aspired to forge a model province that would not only showcase Rome's profound aptitude for cultural assimilation, but also ensure the reaping of optimal fiscal advantages from Dacia's fabled subterranean riches, most notably its abundant gold and silver deposits. The foundational act of establishing the Roman province of Dacia necessitated a series of prompt and far-reaching administrative decisions, destined to profoundly influence the trajectory of the newly acquired territory for generations to come. Emperor Trajan, with judicious foresight, designated Decimus Terentius Scarianus as the inaugural provincial governor. Scarianus was a seasoned administrator, chosen for his exhibited proficiency in overseeing intricate regional integrations and managing heterogeneous communities. He arrived in Dacia bearing unequivocal directives to execute extensive imperial assimilation strategies, commonly known as Romanization policies, while simultaneously sustaining an adequate martial deployment. This robust military presence was critical to forestall any resurgence of opposition from the remnant Dacian communities, particularly those dispersed across the rugged mountainous regions where Roman authority remained notably precarious. The governmental structure imposed upon Roman Dacia largely adhered to conventional provincial models, yet it judiciously integrated adaptations deemed requisite for administering territories possessing distinctive topographical and populational attributes. Initially, the province was meticulously partitioned into two principal administrative regions. The first, Dacia Superior, comprised the former core territory of King Decebalus's dominion, notably encompassing the strategically vital Orashtie Mountains and their environs. The second, Dacia Inferior, extended across the eastern and southern expanses, regions that had been less cohesively assimilated into the pre-Roman Dacian political system. This dual division underscored both pragmatic governance imperatives and a tactical acknowledgement that these disparate regions would demand divergent methodologies for their successful integration and effective control within the burgeoning Roman Imperium. Across the newly annexed province, the Romans meticulously established numerous governance outposts, which functioned as crucial urban nuclei. These centers fulfilled manifold roles, serving as robust garrison strongholds, bustling trading emporiums, and potent emblems of sovereign power. Their very existence underscored Rome's enduring resolve to assert dominion over its subjugated lands. The rigorous process of choosing locations for these administrative centers evidenced meticulous deliberation, factoring in critical elements such as tactical positioning, inherent fortification strengths, efficient logistical arteries, and the fiscal viability of the surrounding region. Such comprehensive planning was designed to underwrite a continuous imperial occupation while simultaneously expediting the assimilation of local populations into the broader Roman imperial systems. The establishment of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa constituted the preeminent civic construction endeavor within the nascent province. This ambitious undertaking aimed at forging an imperial metropolis that would not only function as the provincial capital, but also allegorically supplant the razed Dacian citadel, serving as a powerful testament to Roman ingenuity and order. The strategic placement of this new city within the Hunedoara territory conferred a multitude of tactical benefits. These advantages included a naturally defensible topography, ready aquatic provisions, close vicinity to valuable subterranean riches such as gold and silver, and robust intersettlement arteries facilitating communication with other significant urban centers across the vast province. The civic architects of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa meticulously conceived its design in adherence to conventional Roman city planning principles, simultaneously integrating adaptations dictated by the indigenous topographical features. The municipal configuration of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa notably exhibited the quintessential Roman orthogonal design centered around a vibrant civic nucleus, the Forum. This central plaza was flanked by an array of communal edifices, including a grand basilica for judicial and commercial activities, sacred precincts, elaborate public thermae, and governmental bureaus. These structures not only furnished vital amenities to the populace, but also proudly showcased imperial engineering prowess. The ambitious construction of the city demanded prodigious manpower, comprising both willing laborers drawn by vocational prospects and conscripted populations compelled to contribute physical toil for these monumental public works. Subsequent archaeological excavations reveal that the city's urbanization advanced with remarkable alacrity, with principal communal structures having been erected within the initial decade of Roman dominion. The residential districts within Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa starkly mirrored the societal stratification that defined imperial settlements. Wealthy Roman colonists, for instance, resided in capacious domiciles boasting sophisticated conveniences such as hypocaust heating systems, intricate tessellated pavements, and personal ablution chambers. Plebeian citizens of moderate means and prosperous indigenous traders, constituting the burgeoning middle class, inhabited smaller but elegantly furnished dwellings, thereby evincing their successful assimilation into Roman social and economic systems. The laboring strata, conversely, occupied multi-story insulae and more modest houses, which, while offering basic lodgings, nonetheless upheld imperial civic norms. The mercantile zones within the new capital brimmed with retail establishments, artisan workshops, storage depots, and bustling fora, which collectively sustained both indigenous commerce and extensive trans-regional mercantile connections, effectively integrating Dacia into the wider imperial trade routes. The institution of imperial trade legislation and uniform mensuration systems significantly expedited commercial dealings, simultaneously offering juridical safeguards that stimulated capital infusion and fiscal advancement. These forae comprised distinct sections allocated for various commodities, with a pronounced focus on the exchange of valuable ores, agrarian yields, and fabricated commodities, all of which underscored the region's fiscal imperatives. The sacred edifices within Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa thoughtfully integrated both conventional Roman shrines and harmonized devotional sites designed to integrate indigenous cultic customs under permissible imperial paradigms. The erection of a grand capital, consecrated to the Capitoline triad, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, unmistakably formalized the imperial spiritual dominion. Concurrently, numerous sanctuaries honoring additional Roman gods offered avenues for veneration to settlers hailing from various imperial territories, reflecting the diverse origins of the colonists. Furthermore, archaeological excavations intimate that specific Dacian spiritual observances persisted, albeit in adapted iterations, carefully curated so as to pose no threat to Roman political authority or the established social order. The extensive settlement initiative executed across the newly acquired Roman Dacia stood as a preeminent migratory undertaking in Roman imperial history. Its primary objective was the relocation of colonists from disparate imperial territories to secure Roman populational ascendancy within the province, concurrently furnishing proficient manpower and governance acumen vital for regional advancement. Emperor Trajan's comprehensive settlement strategies specifically sought to forge enduring imperial enclaves capable of upholding Roman hegemony, while simultaneously reaping optimal fiscal yields from Dacia's rich natural endowments and its crucial geopolitical vantage. Settler enlistment, therefore, enlisted varied demographics from across the vast Roman Empire. This included military retirees from the Dacian conflicts, who were bestowed agrarian allotments as recompense for their martial valor, alongside non-military individuals enticed by pecuniary prospects within a province abundant in raw materials, and adept artisans whose proficiency was indispensable for advancing subterranean extraction operations and constructing robust civic amenities. The profound heterogeneity of settler provenance fostered eclectic societal enclaves that vividly mirrored the diverse cultural tapestry of Roman imperial society, all while preserving a robust imperial cultural and governmental distinctiveness. Military retiree townships, strategically founded across Dacia, served a dual purpose. They contributed significantly to both agrarian advancement and martial safeguarding. This was achieved by instituting fortified communal hubs, invariably inhabited by seasoned legionaries, who could swiftly counter emergent dangers while simultaneously cultivating fertile agrarian enterprises. These veteran colonies were allocated territorial endowments that encompassed both arable tracts and civic holdings, thereby generating fiscal inducements that promoted enduring residency and simultaneously sustained martial preparedness. Subsequent excavations suggest that these veteran settlements consistently exhibited uniform configurations, typically featuring core strategic strongpoints encircled by cultivable terrains designed to sustain the populace amidst exigencies. During emergency conditions, a diverse array of civilian colonists, comprising astute merchants, skilled craftsmen, diligent administrators, and industrious farmers, gravitated towards Dacia, drawn by the allure of burgeoning economic prospects. This new Roman province, invigorated by substantial imperial investment and ambitious development initiatives, generated a considerable demand for an eclectic range of proficiencies and professional services. The astute colonial administration, in its strategic wisdom, extended a variety of compelling inducements to these newcomers, including generous tax exemptions, advantageous land grants, and valuable legal privileges. These incentives not only stimulated a robust influx of immigrants, but also meticulously ensured that all arrivals possessed the indispensable skills deemed crucial for the comprehensive advancement of the province. The rigorous selection process for these civilian settlers placed a significant premium on individuals who could demonstrably contribute to the economic prosperity of the region, all while steadfastly upholding an unwavering allegiance to established Roman political ideologies and cherished cultural tenets. The demographic landscape of Dacia underwent a profound and systematic metamorphosis as Roman colonists strategically established vibrant new communities across territories that had been tragically depopulated by the ravages of war or abandoned by indigenous Dacian populations who had, in their desperation, fled to evade the encroaching specter of Roman dominion. Scholarly demographic estimations compellingly suggest that this extensive Roman colonization effort ushered in several 100,000 settlers into Dacia during the initial generation of imperial control. This massive influx irrevocably forged Roman demographic majorities within pivotal urban centers and strategically vital regions, while simultaneously preserving a mosaic of mixed populations in the more expansive rural areas, where resilient surviving Dacian communities diligently continued their traditional agricultural pursuits under the watchful, yet often benign, supervision of Roman authorities. The meticulously crafted integration policies, assiduously implemented by Roman administrators, harbored an overarching objective: to forge cohesive and unified provincial populations. This grand design sought to seamlessly blend Roman colonists with the enduring Dacian communities through a sophisticated interplay of legal frameworks, economic partnerships, and cultural mechanisms. These intricate strategies were meticulously engineered to foster harmonious cooperation, while, critically, perpetually reaffirming and maintaining an unassailable Roman political preeminence. These multifaceted integration endeavors encompassed a spectrum of initiatives, notably including the promotion of intermarriage between Roman and Dacian populations, the cultivation of synergistic economic partnerships that artfully combined Roman capital with invaluable local knowledge and labor, and the establishment of comprehensive educational programs. These programs were specifically designed to impart the intricacies of the Latin language and the nuances of Roman customs to local populations, thereby offering them tangible pathways for advancement within the formidable imperial systems. The systematic economic exploitation of Dacia's abundant resources commenced with remarkable alacrity immediately following the decisive military conquest. Roman engineers and administrators, with their characteristic efficiency, swiftly implemented comprehensive and systematic extraction programs. These initiatives were meticulously designed to maximize the production of precious metals, primarily gold, while simultaneously fostering the vigorous development of agricultural and commercial activities. This dual approach was critical to sustaining the substantial and ongoing imperial investment in the province. The legendary and fabled wealth derived from Dacian gold mines had, in fact, served as the primary and most compelling motivation for Emperor Trajan's arduous conquest. Consequently, Roman mining operations were singularly focused on extracting the utmost value from these invaluable resources, all while rigorously maintaining production levels that were robust enough to support both local provincial development and substantial imperial revenues. Gold mining operations, particularly those nestled within the rugged Apuseni Mountains, commanded immediate and unequivocal attention from Roman engineers. These highly skilled professionals possessed not only advanced extraction techniques, but also unparalleled organizational capabilities, which collectively enabled them to dramatically escalate production far beyond the levels ever achieved under previous Dacian administration. Roman mining methodologies ingeniously incorporated sophisticated hydraulic systems, which expertly diverted water to efficiently wash gold-bearing gravels. Furthermore, they pioneered intricate underground shaft construction, granting access to deeper, more elusive ore deposits, and employed advanced processing techniques that achieved significantly higher recovery rates from the raw ore materials. Extensive archaeological investigations conducted at historically significant sites, such as Thracia, Montana, have unequivocally unearthed vast Roman mining installations, including sophisticated processing facilities, meticulously constructed worker housing, and imposing administrative buildings, all of which collectively underpinned and supported these colossal, large-scale extraction operations. The sheer, monumental scale of Roman mining operations necessitated an immense and diverse labor force. This formidable workforce comprised both free workers, who were enticed by the prospect of relatively high wages, and a significant population of enslaved individuals, who were compelled to provide the arduous manual labor for the perilous and often life-threatening underground work. Roman mining communities, consequently, developed distinctive and often stratified social structures. These structures vividly reflected the inherently dangerous yet undeniably profitable nature of mining work itself, wherein successful miners could, and often did, accumulate considerable wealth, yet remained acutely aware of the pervasive occupational hazards that rendered mining careers simultaneously lucrative and, tragically, potentially short-lived. The comprehensive development of these burgeoning mining settlements, in turn, demanded an extensive and robust supporting infrastructure. This included, but was not limited to, efficient food production systems, specialized equipment manufacturing capabilities, and intricate transportation networks that seamlessly connected the remote mining areas with the broader provincial economic systems. Silver mining operations served as a crucial complement to the more prominent gold extraction activities, albeit necessitating distinct technical approaches and specialized processing methods. Roman engineers, ever adaptable, skillfully tailored these techniques to the unique local geological conditions prevalent in Dacia. Silver ore deposits found within Dacian territories typically occurred in complex combinations with lead ore, a geological reality that demanded sophisticated and often intricate processes to meticulously separate the valuable silver from the less desirable base metals. Roman metallurgists, renowned for their expertise, established advanced processing facilities that were capable of handling prodigious volumes of ore, while rigorously upholding stringent quality standards. These standards were absolutely essential for both monetary applications and broader commercial endeavors. The seamless integration of these newly established silver mining operations with the existing, well-established Roman monetary systems provided immediate and tangible economic benefits, concurrently supporting overarching provincial development through a significant increase in the money supply and a corresponding surge in commercial activity. Agricultural development across the expansive Roman Dacia was strategically multifaceted, placing a dual emphasis on both subsistence production, which was absolutely necessary to support the burgeoning populations, and commercial agriculture. The latter was meticulously cultivated to generate substantial export revenues, thereby crucially reducing the province's dependence on imported food supplies. Roman agricultural techniques, systematically introduced into Dacian territories, included a suite of innovations such as improved plowing methods, sophisticated crop rotation systems, and advanced livestock management practices. These innovations collectively increased agricultural productivity while meticulously preserving soil fertility over extended periods. The naturally fertile plains and verdant valleys, which had historically sustained vibrant Dacian agricultural communities, provided an exceptional and robust foundation for the ambitious expansion of Roman agricultural operations. Roman colonists, drawing upon their extensive agricultural knowledge honed in their regions of origin, introduced and cultivated diverse farming systems within Dacia. These innovative systems skillfully combined Mediterranean crops with established local agricultural traditions, meticulously adapted to the specific Dacian climate and prevailing soil conditions. The production of essential grains, particularly wheat and barley, experienced a significant and remarkable expansion under Roman administration, providing staple foodstuffs for both local consumption and lucrative export to other Roman provinces. Viticulture, the cultivation of grapes for wine, received particular and focused attention as Roman colonists diligently established numerous vineyards. These vineyards were intended to produce wine for the burgeoning local markets, while simultaneously holding the promising potential to develop robust export capabilities, conceivably even competing with the established and renowned wine-producing regions throughout the vast Roman Empire. Livestock operations experienced a notable expansion under Roman administration, as colonists introduced refined breeding techniques and advanced management practices. These innovations significantly boosted the production of meat, dairy products, leather, and wool, all commodities deemed essential for both local consumption and flourishing commercial trade. Cattle herding, in particular, benefited immensely from Roman veterinary knowledge and meticulously implemented selective breeding programs, which collectively improved animal health and overall productivity. Sheep and goat operations strategically expanded in the more rugged mountainous regions, capitalized on the ability of these animals to efficiently utilize marginal grazing lands, concurrently producing valuable wool and other products vital for textile manufacturing and the burgeoning export trade. The seamless integration into the extensive Roman trade networks provided Dacian producers with unparalleled access to markets spanning the entire empire. This integration simultaneously generated a robust demand for Dacian products, thereby actively encouraging economic diversification and comprehensive development within the province. Roman commercial law, characterized by its clarity and standardization, along with universally adopted business practices, significantly reduced transaction costs and mitigated legal uncertainties that had previously constrained trade relationships. This newfound stability empowered Dacian merchants to participate effectively and confidently in long-distance commerce. Furthermore, the strategic construction of improved transportation infrastructure, encompassing well-engineered roads, sturdy bridges, and efficient port facilities, substantially enhanced connectivity with major trade routes, concurrently reducing shipping costs and notably improving delivery times for goods. The profound cultural transformation of Dacia under Roman administration involved a series of systematic and deliberate efforts to introduce and embed Roman language, legal frameworks, architectural styles, and social customs. This ambitious undertaking was meticulously balanced with a pragmatic approach to managing the persistent presence of local traditions, particularly those that did not overtly conflict with overarching imperial political objectives. Roman cultural policies were strategically designed to cultivate provincial populations that would not only maintain unwavering loyalty to imperial authority, but also contribute productively to the economic and social development of the region. These extensive cultural transformation efforts demanded a delicate and astute balance between actively promoting the tenets of Roman civilization and respectfully accommodating local customs that could be seamlessly incorporated into acceptable hybrid cultural forms. The adoption of the Latin language proceeded through multiple interconnected channels. These included stringent official administrative requirements, abundant educational opportunities, and compelling economic incentives that progressively rendered Latin proficiency an indispensable prerequisite for advancement within the intricate Roman social and economic systems. Roman schools, strategically established in major urban centers, provided comprehensive Latin instruction for both the children of Roman colonists and indigenous local populations who sought integration into imperial society. The gradual yet pervasive spread of Latin throughout Dacian territories created common communication capabilities, thereby significantly facilitating cultural integration and enhancing administrative efficiency across the province. The systematic implementation of Roman law effectively superseded traditional Dacian legal customs, replacing them with sophisticated imperial legal systems. These systems provided standardized procedures for a wide array of legal matters, including property rights, commercial transactions, criminal justice, and civil disputes. Roman legal principles characteristically emphasized written law, formal procedural protocols, and robust appeals processes, all of which collectively offered greater predictability and more comprehensive protection for individual rights than had been available under traditional tribal legal systems. The introduction of Roman citizenship opportunities for qualified local populations created powerful incentives for cultural integration, simultaneously expanding the base of individuals who enjoyed full legal rights and protections within the Roman Empire. The profound architectural metamorphosis observed across Roman Dacia encompassed a dual process: the erection of novel edifices in strict adherence to established Roman standards, alongside the astute adaptation of pre-existing structures to cater to the distinct functional prerequisites and refined aesthetic inclinations of Roman culture. Among the sophisticated Roman architectural techniques imported into Dacia were the groundbreaking methods of concrete construction, the innovative application of arch and vault systems, the advanced comfort of hypocaust heating, and an array of elaborate decorative elements. These innovations not only showcased the remarkable engineering prowess of the Romans, but also substantially enhanced the utility and domestic comfort of the built environment. Public structures, meticulously fashioned in the quintessential Roman style, fulfilled both essential utilitarian roles and profound emblematic significance, serving as tangible manifestations of imperial civilization's reach and its unyielding authority. The dictates governing urban planning, meticulously applied to Dacian settlements, fashioned meticulously structured urban designs, complete with efficacious drainage, reliable water supply, efficient waste management, and comprehensive transportation systems. These advancements collectively elevated public health standards and significantly improved the quality of life for inhabitants, simultaneously underscoring Roman administrative proficiency. The extensive erection of aqueducts, sophisticated sewers, and durable paved streets within prominent settlements furnished the foundational framework necessary to sustain burgeoning populations, all while upholding hygienic standards pivotal to sustained urban development. Furthermore, an array of communal facilities encompassing opulent baths, grand theaters, and majestic amphitheaters offered abundant avenues for leisure and cultural enrichment, thereby profoundly enriching urban life and actively fostering the adoption of Roman social customs. Religious practices under Roman administration entailed the implantation of official Roman cults, yet simultaneously allowed for the continuation of local religious traditions. These indigenous customs could either be integrated into Roman frameworks or observed discreetly without subverting imperial authority. The construction of Roman temples and the formation of official priesthoods forged formalized spiritual frameworks that effectively buttressed imperial political authority, while simultaneously rendering spiritual services for Roman colonists. Archaeological evidence indicates that certain Dacian religious practices persisted with alterations, notably within agrarian regions where Roman cultural influence exerted constrained sway. The endurance of Dacian traditions evinced both the pragmatic constraints inherent in cultural transformation efforts and intentional imperial directives that tolerated local customs, provided they did not jeopardize political equilibrium or economic output. Dacian craft traditions persisted with adaptations, assimilating Roman techniques and artistic tastes while carefully preserving their unique local characteristics. Notably, traditional Dacian metalwork skills demonstrated exceptional utility for Roman mining and manufacturing operations, thereby generating fiscal inducements for safeguarding and cultivating indigenous technical expertise. Archaeological evidence unearthed from Roman Dacian sites uncovers an intricate cultural amalgamation that merged Roman and Dacian elements in manners that engendered unique regional identities, mirroring both incorporation into the empire and indigenous adjustment. Pottery styles, intricate decorative motifs, solemn burial practices, and even the design of domestic architecture all exhibit traces of this intercultural blending, which resulted in composite expressions amalgamating components from each heritage. These compelling archaeological materials attest that cultural transformation in Roman Dacia comprised a process of reciprocal adjustment, as opposed to a mere supersession of local traditions by Roman customs. The evolution of a distinct Romano-Dacian cultural identity unfolded across successive generations of interplay between Roman colonists and the indigenous populations, forging regional identities that pledged allegiance to Roman political authority while integrating local elements that mirrored specific regional conditions and unique historical experiences. This profound cultural synthesis, therefore, laid the groundwork for a resilient regional populace capable of underpinning Roman economic and political aims, simultaneously fostering communal solidarity and heritage persistence that enabled enduring imperial dominion over territories that had formerly defied Roman expansion through valiant armed opposition. The sweeping Romanization policies enacted throughout Dacia during the rule of Trajan and his successors, notwithstanding their methodical character and powerful imperial endorsement, were unable to completely obliterate the entrenched cultural traditions and population groups that had been cultivated over millennia of autonomous Dacian existence. Even as Roman colonists secured preeminent footholds in burgeoning urban centers and fecund agricultural regions, sizable Dacian communities steadfastly endured in secluded highland territories, where Roman administrative control exercised circumscribed jurisdiction, and where ancestral modes of existence could perpetuate with negligible encroachment, from imperial authorities. These remaining inhabitants preserved not merely their corporeal existence, but also vital components of Dacian cultural identity, which would prove exceptionally robust across the span of Roman suzerainty. The formidable Carpathian mountain ranges inherently offered sanctuaries for those Dacian populations who opted for defiance rather than capitulation, forming secluded enclaves that safeguarded ancestral societal frameworks, spiritual observances, and subsistence endeavors, all largely unaffected by methodical imperial acculturation initiatives. Archaeological evidence gleaned from high-altitude settlements suggests uninterrupted habitation of sites founded prior to the imperial subjugation, with archaeological finds demonstrating incremental adjustment to altered circumstances, as opposed to outright relinquishment of traditional practices. These intrepid mountain communities devised intricate tactics for upholding self-governance, while meticulously eschewing overt conflict with Roman military forces, which might otherwise have culminated in their annihilation or involuntary displacement. The enduring presence of indigenous Dacian habitations in areas such as the Retezat Mountains, the Fagarash Range, and the secluded valleys of the Apuseni Mountains evinced both topographical boons and intentional tactics for heritage safeguarding. These formidable locations provided formidable topography that rendered imperial military maneuvers arduous and costly, concurrently affording availability to intrinsic assets including timber, expansive pasture land, and valuable mineral deposits, all essential for sustaining autonomous collectives. Furthermore, the inherently dispersed configuration of these settlements rendered methodical imperial oversight unfeasible, as the expenditures for sustaining enduring military outposts in such remote mountain locations significantly surpassed any prospective fiscal or tactical gains. Dacian resistance activities throughout the Roman period manifested in diverse guises, extending from subtle disregard for the mandates of imperial governance to the deliberate disruption of Roman economic and military installations. Mountain-based Dacian communities frequently launched intermittent incursions against Roman mining operations, vital transportation networks, and isolated settlements, all the while meticulously eschewing large-scale engagements that could incite crushing imperial reprisal. Such acts of defiance necessitated meticulous orchestration among these dispersed enclaves and the deployment of intricate reconnaissance systems, capable of surveilling Roman activities while devising stratagems that optimized detriment to imperial objectives, concurrently mitigating perils to Dacian populations. The structuring of resistance activities mirrored traditional Dacian military culture, recalibrated to the exigencies of existence beneath imperial suzerainty. Compact contingents of combatants retained ancestral armaments and martial methodologies, concurrently forging novel stratagems apt for asymmetrical combat against Roman targets. The formidable falx persisted as both a functional implement and an enduring emblem of Dacian resistance, with archaeological discoveries from this epoch unequivocally demonstrating the sustained production and deployment of these characteristic scythe-like sabers in territories outside the immediate sphere of Roman dominion. Resistance leaders invariably arose from established martial strata, individuals who commanded both profound combat proficiencies and the tribal gravitas requisite for orchestrating and perpetuating acts of defiance. Intelligence networks buttressing Dacian resistance operations encompassed both structured channels of discourse between highland enclaves and clandestine intelligence procurement via liaisons with acculturated inhabitants who harbored clandestine affinities for liberation endeavors. These intricate networks furnished vital data concerning Roman military movements, administrative policies, and economic activities, thereby empowering insurgent factions to devise efficacious stratagems while meticulously eluding imperial retaliatory measures. The efficacy of Dacian intelligence gathering evinced both ancestral communal messaging techniques and astute modifications acquired through scrutiny of imperial governance and martial protocols. Economic activities within resistant Dacian communities rigorously prioritized autarky and ancestral manufacturing techniques that functioned autonomously from imperial economic frameworks, thereby supplying essential commodities and provisions for communal persistence. Traditional metalworking robustly persisted in secluded locales, where Dacian smiths assiduously fashioned implements, armaments, and ornamental artifacts, employing methodologies refined across eons of autonomous cultural evolution. Furthermore, agrarian practices meticulously preserved indigenous cultivar strains and farming methods that were finely attuned to regional ecological circumstances, demanding negligible external contributions or mercantile affiliations. Among the resilient Dacian communities actively resisting Roman dominion, ancient Zalmoxian religious practices and their accompanying ritualistic observances were diligently upheld, thus sustaining vital spiritual bonds with their ancestral, pre-conquest cultural heritage. Hallowed groves and secluded religious sanctuaries, often situated in inaccessible mountainous terrains, persistently functioned as pivotal hubs for time-honored ceremonies and communal assemblies. These gatherings not only solidified cultural unity, but also furnished a profound spiritual rationale for their enduring defiance against the encroaching might of Roman rule. The unwavering continuation of these deeply rooted religious customs signified both a sincere devotion to their ancestral spirituality and a conscious, strategic endeavor to safeguard a unique Dacian identity. Notwithstanding the systematic Roman campaigns to propagate their imperial religious frameworks, substantial populations of autonomous Dacian tribes, dwelling beyond the rugged havens of overt resistance, successfully preserved their self-governance along the expansive perimeters of Roman territorial influence. In these distant zones, the formidable reach of imperial authority progressively attenuated, its grip weakening proportionally with the increasing distance from principal administrative centers and formidable military garrisons. Foremost among these self-governing Dacian communities were the Carpi, a formidable people who asserted dominion over the expansive lands nestled between the majestic Carpathian Mountains and the winding Dniester River. They stood out as the most numerous and intricately structured of the independent Dacian factions. Abundant archaeological findings unequivocally demonstrate that the Carpi possessed a highly refined political infrastructure, formidable military prowess, and robust economic frameworks. These attributes empowered them to operate as truly autonomous political entities, simultaneously navigating intricate diplomatic and commercial engagements with both the formidable Roman authorities and various other barbarian societies. The Carpi tribal confederation itself comprised a multitude of distinct subgroups, collectively governing vast swathes of territory across what is now eastern Romania and Moldova. Within this extensive domain, they diligently upheld traditional Dacian cultural customs, even as they strategically adjusted to the profound shifts in geopolitical landscape brought about by the relentless march of Roman expansion. The settlements established by the Carpi were notably characterized by their formidable defensive fortifications. These protective structures ingeniously integrated time-honored Dacian construction methodologies with innovative architectural concepts, clearly adopted through their astute observation of Roman military engineering. The geographical dispersion of Carpi archaeological sites offers compelling evidence of a meticulously planned territorial organization. This strategic arrangement allowed them to command crucial river crossings, dominate vital trade arteries, and oversee productive agricultural zones, all while assiduously preserving intricate communication pathways connecting their widely dispersed tribal enclaves. The Carpi's military structure meticulously upheld the venerable Dacian warrior culture, simultaneously cultivating advanced capabilities essential for directly confronting the formidable Roman legions and for vying effectively with other barbarian factions over territorial supremacy and vital economic assets. Carpi combatants persistently wielded their distinctive falx weapons, formidable curved blades, in conjunction with an array of spears, robust shields, and precise archery equipment. This versatile armament afforded them considerable tactical adaptability, enabling them to respond effectively to a diverse spectrum of combat scenarios. The deliberate cultivation and sustainment of professional warrior echelons within Carpi society facilitated the execution of prolonged military campaigns, concurrently safeguarding the cherished cultural traditions that profoundly differentiated the Carpi identity from both the Roman invaders and their various barbarian neighbors. Within the expanse of Carpi domains, political frameworks diligently sustained time-honored Dacian leadership archetypes, yet simultaneously underwent significant adaptation to meet the intricate diplomatic demands inherent in operating within a contested region where numerous formidable powers ceaselessly vied for dominance and sway. Carpi chieftains skillfully orchestrated delicate relationships with the commanding Roman authorities, various other Dacian factions, formidable Germanic tribes, and the nomadic Sarmatian peoples. This was achieved through nuanced diplomatic stratagems meticulously designed to safeguard Carpi autonomy, thereby circumventing destructive conflicts that could lead to devastating territorial concessions or the forced relocation of their populace. The impressive sophistication evident in Carpi diplomatic endeavors was a testament to both their innate, traditional Dacian political acumen and the profound insights garnered over generations of sustained engagement with a diverse array of cultures and intricate political systems. The economic lifeblood of the Carpi people was fundamentally characterized by a dual emphasis, both on time-honored subsistence production, ensuring self-sufficiency, and on robust commercial engagements that granted them access to essential commodities and raw materials unobtainable within their own territorial confines. Carpi agrarian methodologies meticulously preserved indigenous crop strains, while judiciously integrating novel advancements that significantly bolstered agricultural yield and enhanced food resilience. Their extensive livestock rearing operations centered primarily on robust cattle, resilient sheep, and swift horses, which furnished not only sustenance for their communities, but also valuable commodities for extensive trade with contiguous peoples. Moreover, their vibrant craft production encompassed skilled metalworking, intricate pottery, sophisticated textile manufacturing, and precise woodworking, collectively supplying both the intrinsic requirements of their domestic populace and a diverse array of exportable goods for lucrative commercial interchange. Further exemplifying the resilience of autonomous Dacian peoples were the Costoboci, another prominent tribal confederation that tenaciously upheld its sovereignty within the rugged mountainous expanse nestled between Dacia proper and the sun-drenched Black Sea littoral. They meticulously safeguarded their ancestral cultural practices while simultaneously cultivating distinctive economic specializations that furnished the essential underpinnings for their political self-governance. The lands controlled by the Costoboci encompassed strategically vital mountain thoroughfares and fertile riverine valleys, effectively commanding critical transit arteries connecting Roman Dacia with the prosperous Pontic region. This geographical advantage bestowed upon them significant strategic leverage, crucially enabling their triumphant defiance against the relentless incursions of Roman expansion. Archaeological findings unearthed from Costoboci sites consistently point to the uninterrupted habitation of their traditional settlement locales, with their material culture revealing a compelling blend of unwavering cultural continuity and the discerning assimilation of select external influences. The social fabric of the Costoboci community meticulously preserved its time-honored tribal configurations, concurrently fostering the evolution of specialized roles and institutional frameworks. These developments were indispensable for skillfully navigating intricate relationships with contiguous peoples and for adroitly adjusting to the flux of evolving economic and political landscapes. Costoboci settlements comprised a blend of sedentary agricultural communities thriving in the verdant valleys and nomadic pastoral groups, who expertly exploited the high-altitude mountain grazing grounds through established seasonal migration cycles. This ingenious integration of both agrarian and pastoral economic pursuits conferred a crucial economic diversification, which in turn significantly bolstered community resilience, all while steadfastly upholding the traditional cultural rights and customs intrinsically linked with both distinct lifestyle patterns. The formidable military prowess exhibited by the Costoboci mirrored both their ingrained Dacian warrior heritage and the shrewd adaptations imperative for effectively safeguarding their rugged mountainous domains against a multiplicity of external aggressions. Costoboci defensive structures ingeniously integrated inherent natural topographical features, seamlessly augmenting them with strategically placed constructed components. This approach significantly amplified their defensive efficacy without necessitating prohibitively massive investments of labor. The inherently strategic geographical placement of Costoboci territories afforded them the crucial ability to command vital access routes, concurrently facilitating the maintenance of robust communication channels with other autonomous Dacian communities and prospective confederates among their neighboring populations. Among the various independent Dacian tribal communities, religious observances meticulously upheld time-honored spiritual doctrines and ceremonial rites, simultaneously undergoing judicious adaptation to evolving circumstances that necessitated revised methodologies for communal religious life. Venerated sacred loci persistently functioned as principal venues for devout religious observances, even as novel ritualistic practices emerged. These innovations were specifically designed to confront particular exigencies linked to the preservation of their distinct cultural identity amidst unrelenting external duress. The unwavering adherence to traditional religious customs among these autonomous Dacian populations furnished profound spiritual bedrock for their cultural defiance, concurrently sustaining the vital communal solidarity essential for their effective political and military structuring. Compelling archaeological evidence documenting the enduring presence of Dacian cultural constituents within the province of Roman Dacia unveils intricate modalities of cultural tenacity, strategic adaptation, and innovative synthesis. These patterns unequivocally underscore the inherent limitations of Roman efforts toward cultural assimilation notwithstanding their systematic execution and formidable imperial backing. Material artifacts recovered from Roman Dacian sites consistently display the ongoing fabrication and utilization of items that seamlessly integrate unmistakably Dacian design motifs, production methodologies, and practical attributes, existing in parallel with distinctly Roman-style artifacts. Such archaeological findings convincingly suggest that Dacian cultural legacies endured not solely among defiant communities in isolated territories, but also within thoroughly Romanized settlements, where the intermingling of cultures generated fascinating hybrid expressions that skillfully preserved Dacian elements within parameters deemed acceptable by Roman societal norms. Across the entire expanse of Roman Dacia, the craft of pottery fabrication consistently encompassed the creation of vessels that masterfully utilized time-honored Dacian shapes, intricate decorative patterns, and indigenous manufacturing processes. These traditional aspects were frequently interwoven with Roman stylistic components and practical utility demands. A meticulous archaeological examination of ceramic collections unearthed from both bustling urban centers and agrarian rural locales progressively illuminates a nuanced evolution in pottery aesthetics. This progression meticulously preserved discernible Dacian attributes, concurrently accommodating Roman cultural predilections and utilitarian necessities. The enduring prevalence of these traditional pottery configurations testifies not merely to their continued adoption by Dacian inhabitants, but also to their genuine esteem among Roman settlers, who, for particular uses, deemed local ceramic traditions to be functionally superior. Within the sphere of metalworking traditions throughout Roman Dacia, a discernible retention of characteristic Dacian methodologies and artistic inclinations was evident. These indigenous practices were dynamically enriched through the integration of Roman technological advancements and prevailing stylistic currents. Archaeological excavations have yielded a rich trove of metal artifacts from the Roman epoch, encompassing a diverse array of jewelry, utilitarian tools, and ornamental items. These creations ingeniously fuse both Roman and Dacian design elements, giving rise to unique and regionally specific provincial aesthetics. The sustained fabrication of falx weapons, even when adapted into altered iterations, serves as a compelling indicator of the enduring vitality of traditional metalwork expertise and cherished cultural insignia, persisting defiantly despite concerted Roman endeavors to regulate weapon manufacturing and suppress any manifestations of resistance. Age resistance activities. The mortuary customs observed throughout Roman Dacia offer compelling proof of a profound cultural amalgamation, seamlessly blending established Roman funeral rites with indigenous Dacian burial practices. This synthesis gave rise to distinctive hybrid traditions, serving as a poignant reflection of both the pervasive influence of imperial culture and the resolute endurance of local heritage. Excavations of ancient cemeteries consistently unearth graves containing an eclectic mix of grave goods. Some are unmistakably Roman in style, while others unequivocally embody traditional Dacian spiritual convictions and time-honored cultural rituals. The remarkable heterogeneity of these burial practices, even within single necropolises, underscores the intricate tapestry of cultural intermingling among diverse populations. These groups encompassed Roman colonists, Dacians who had adopted Roman ways, and individuals who steadfastly maintained a deeper connection to their ancestral customs. Crucial evidence for the enduring vitality of Dacian linguistic and cultural elements emanates from the rich tapestry of place name evidence scattered across the former Roman province of Dacia. Despite vigorous efforts at Romanization and significant demographic shifts, meticulous toponymic analysis consistently uncovers a multitude of place names rooted in Dacian linguistic origins. This phenomenon strongly suggests either the continuous habitation by Dacian-speaking communities or a tenacious cultural memory that meticulously preserved traditional geographical designations, even in the face of profound political upheavals and demographic transformations. Intriguingly, the geographical spread of these Dacian-derived place names closely mirrors regions where archaeological findings similarly indicate the persistent presence of Dacian cultural components, thereby implying systematic patterns of cultural survival rather than the haphazard preservation of isolated linguistic fragments. The names of rivers traversing the majestic Carpathian region present particularly robust evidence of Dacian linguistic resilience, with many prominent waterways retaining appellations directly traceable to pre-Roman Dacian linguistic heritages. The Mureş, Olt, Jew, and numerous lesser streams all proudly bear names that originate from Dacian linguistic roots. This indicates either their uninterrupted usage by Dacian-speaking populations or the subsequent adoption of these traditional names by later inhabitants, who intuitively recognized their inherent geographical appropriateness. The remarkable persistence of these riverine designations reflects not only practical considerations pertinent to navigation and commercial activities, but also a profound cultural continuity that meticulously preserved traditional geographical knowledge across successive political transitions. Similarly, the appellations of mountains and hills throughout the erstwhile Dacian territories meticulously safeguard countless instances of pre-Roman linguistic elements, signifying either an unbroken lineage of inhabitants or a robust cultural memory that steadfastly preserved traditional geographical nomenclature. A meticulous examination of these mountain names reveals coherent, systematic patterns that precisely align with regions where other forms of evidence consistently point to the endurance of Dacian culture. This suggests a concerted and organized preservation of traditional geographical knowledge rather than the mere random survival of isolated linguistic fragments. These intricate toponymic patterns furnish invaluable insights into understanding the spatial distribution of cultural survival and illuminate the sophisticated mechanisms through which traditional knowledge was meticulously transmitted and preserved across successive generations. Within the names of settlements scattered across the region, numerous examples incorporate Dacian linguistic elements, appearing either as complete, unaltered traditional names or as integral components within hybrid designations that ingeniously combine Dacian and Latin constituents. A comprehensive analysis of settlement toponymy uncovers intricate patterns of cultural interplay that foster diverse forms of linguistic synthesis, each reflecting varying degrees of Romanization and cultural metamorphosis. Some settlements remarkably retained their traditional Dacian names throughout the entire Roman occupation, while others evolved hybrid names that judiciously integrated both Dacian and Roman elements, thereby eloquently reflecting their multifaceted cultural character. Religious practices within Roman Dacia steadfastly preserved a multitude of traditional Dacian spiritual beliefs and ritualistic activities, despite the official endorsement of Roman religious systems and the widespread construction of Roman temples and religious institutions. Archaeological investigations consistently reveal the continued veneration and utilization of traditional sacred sites, often modified to incorporate Roman architectural elements while meticulously retaining their essential Dacian ritualistic functions. The enduring persistence of these traditional religious practices signifies both a genuine spiritual devotion and a deliberate, conscious effort towards cultural preservation, which allowed for the maintenance of a distinctive Dacian identity within the broadly acceptable frameworks of Roman society. The cherished traditions associated with sacred groves continued, albeit in modified forms, throughout the entirety of the Roman period. Archaeological findings consistently point to a sustained reverence for specific forest locations that had previously served profound religious functions during the pre-conquest era. These hallowed sites frequently received architectural enhancements, incorporating sophisticated Roman construction techniques, yet always meticulously preserving the essential ritualistic spaces and traditional ceremonial functions. The unbroken use of these sacred groves is indicative of both the unwavering persistence of traditional spiritual beliefs and the inherent flexibility of Roman religious policies, which typically permitted local practices that did not directly challenge imperial political authority. Funerary customs throughout Roman Dacia intricately wove together traditional Dacian beliefs concerning death and the afterlife with established Roman mortuary practices, giving rise to syncretic burial traditions that eloquently reflected a complex cultural amalgamation. Detailed archaeological analysis of cemetery sites unveils burial practices that encompass traditional Dacian grave goods, specific ritual procedures, and unique spatial organizations, all seamlessly combined with Roman funeral customs and later Christian influences that emerged during the twilight of the imperial period. The remarkable diversity evident in these burial practices underscores a continued cultural complexity rather than a simplistic replacement of traditional customs with Roman alternatives. Material culture provides substantial evidence for the enduring presence of Dacian culture, encompassing numerous categories of artifacts that steadfastly maintained traditional forms, distinctive decorative elements, and time-honored manufacturing techniques, even while judiciously incorporating selective Roman influences. Traditional Dacian jewelry styles, for instance, continued to be produced throughout the Roman period. Archaeological discoveries frequently unearth brooches, bracelets, and other ornamental objects that meticulously preserve distinctive Dacian aesthetic preferences, often while simultaneously integrating Roman technical innovations and decorative motifs. The sustained production of these traditional jewelry styles points to both a persistent cultural preference and a robust market demand that actively supported the perpetuation of traditional craft skills. Textile production throughout Roman Dacia meticulously maintained traditional techniques and decorative patterns, while simultaneously incorporating Roman materials and stylistic influences, thereby creating unique hybrid textile traditions. Archaeological evidence pertaining to textile production, including spindle whorls, loom weights, and fragments of fabric, unequivocally demonstrates the continued application of traditional manufacturing methods alongside the adoption of Roman textile technologies. The careful preservation of traditional textile patterns and techniques reflects both practical considerations linked to local environmental conditions and deep-seated cultural preferences that ensured the maintenance of distinctive Dacian aesthetic traditions. The profound role of Dacian cultural heritage in the subsequent formation of the Daco-Romanian identity stands as one of the most significant and, at times, contentious aspects of southeastern European ethnogenesis. This intricate process involved complex mechanisms of cultural transmission, linguistic evolution, and identity construction that unfolded over many centuries following the Roman withdrawal from Dacia. The precise relationship between ancient Dacian cultural elements and later Romanian cultural development necessitates a rigorous and meticulous analysis of archaeological, linguistic, and historical evidence, all while conscientiously acknowledging the inherent limitations and uncertainties involved in tracing cultural continuity across extended periods marked by profound political and demographic flux. Linguistic evidence suggesting Dacian cultural continuity within later Romanian development includes certain substrate elements embedded within the Romanian language itself that appear to originate from pre-Roman linguistic traditions. However, the precise identification and definitive interpretation of these elements remain subjects of ongoing scholarly debate. Romanian linguistic features that potentially reflect Dacian influence encompass specific phonological characteristics, certain vocabulary items, and particular grammatical structures that deviate from standard Latin developmental patterns. These unique traits may indeed indicate an influence from non-Latin linguistic traditions. The thorough analysis of these potential Dacian substrate elements requires careful consideration of alternative explanations, including possible influences from other non-Latin languages and internal linguistic developments that might have produced similar outcomes. The geographical distribution of Romanian-speaking populations partially aligns with areas that were formerly under Roman control. Nevertheless, the intricate relationship between ancient territorial boundaries and the later linguistic distribution involves complex historical processes that cannot be simplistically explained through a direct, unbroken cultural continuity. Romanian linguistic development occurred within a much broader context of extensive population movements, significant political shifts, and multifaceted cultural interactions. These dynamics profoundly influenced linguistic evolution in ways that may have obscured or subtly modified the original relationships between ancient and medieval cultural patterns. Cultural practices observed among the contemporary Romanian populace encompass numerous elements that could potentially signify an enduring link with ancient Dacian traditions. Nevertheless, the definitive identification of such specific connections necessitates an exacting analytical approach, one capable of discerning genuine cultural inheritance from mere coincidental resemblances, which might arise from shared ecological circumstances or parallel societal advancements. Within the fabric of traditional Romanian agrarian methodologies, artisanal techniques, spiritual observances, and communal structures, one can perceive characteristics that conceivably stem from pre-Roman cultural antecedents. Yet, to conclusively demonstrate direct continuity demands robust empirical evidence that can unequivocally differentiate between truly inherited cultural components and those acquired through later adoption or independent evolutionary trajectories. The progressive attenuation of Roman suzerainty over Dacia commenced considerably prior to Emperor Aurelian's official decree to relinquish the province in 271 AD. A decision that merely formalized the escalating pressures accumulating throughout the tumultuous 3rd century. This period, notoriously dubbed the crisis of the 3rd century, had stretched the formidable Roman military apparatus to its absolute breaking point. Concurrent threats proliferating along multiple imperial frontiers compelled commanders to make increasingly agonizing strategic determinations regarding which territories could be effectively defended and which constituted an unsustainable drain on the empire's finite resources. Dacia, despite its fabled abundance of gold, had become progressively untenable to maintain as barbarian incursions intensified, and the financial burden of frontier defense surpassed the dwindling economic yield extractable from the region. Gothic raids into Dacia had commenced as early as 238 AD, when these formidable Germanic tribes breached the Danube frontier and penetrated deeply into Roman domains, starkly exposing the inherent vulnerability of the province's extensive border defenses. The Goths possessed formidable military capabilities that Roman legions found exceedingly difficult to effectively counter, particularly their exceptional mobility and their capacity to rapidly concentrate forces against isolated Roman outposts before swiftly withdrawing to territories beyond direct imperial control. These relentless incursions inflicted substantial devastation upon Roman settlements, vital mining operations, and crucial transportation networks, simultaneously engendering profound psychological distress among the colonist populations, who increasingly questioned the imperial government's capacity to provide adequate protection. The Carpi, those self-reliant free Dacian tribes who had successfully preserved their autonomy beyond the Roman territorial demarcation, intensified their own raiding activities during this era of pronounced Roman weakness. Their objective was to reclaim ancestral territories that had been lost during Emperor Trajan's conquest. Carpi military operations exhibited sophisticated planning and meticulous coordination, deliberately targeting Roman logistical arteries, isolated garrisons, and economic installations, while assiduously avoiding major confrontations that might provoke an overwhelming Roman reprisal. The persistent nature of Carpi resistance activities reflected both opportunistic aggression, capitalizing on imperial vulnerability, and systematic endeavors to undermine Roman dominion over lands that Carpi leaders considered their rightful Dacian heritage. Concurrently, Sarmatian peoples, originating from the vast eastern steppes, introduced yet another dimension to the multifaceted barbarian pressure confronting Roman Dacia. Their deployment of swift cavalry raids expertly leveraged their superior mobility to strike Roman settlements with devastating effect and withdraw precipitously before Roman defensive contingents could mount an effective counter-response. Sarmatian military doctrine emphatically prioritized rapid movement and hit-and-run tactics, designed to disrupt Roman economic activities and sow widespread disorder, while scrupulously avoiding sustained close-quarters combat that would undoubtedly favor Roman military discipline and superior armaments. The combined onslaught of Gothic, Carpi, and Sarmatian pressure generated an array of concurrent threats that demonstrably exceeded Roman defensive capabilities, particularly given the constrained military resources available for the protection of the frontier. Roman military responses to these escalating pressures starkly illuminated the fundamental strategic quandary confronting imperial commanders, who simply lacked sufficient forces to simultaneously defend all imperiled positions, while also retaining the offensive capacity necessary for achieving decisive victory over their barbarian adversaries. Defensive strategies that concentrated Roman forces within fortified strongholds indeed provided enhanced protection for specific locations, but inadvertently relinquished vast swathes of territory to barbarian control. This approach, while safeguarding key points, effectively amounted to a cession of territorial authority without fundamentally addressing the underlying security problems. Conversely, offensive operations that aimed to decisively defeat barbarian forces within their own territories demanded significant military allocations, resources that were critically needed for the safeguarding of more strategically vital regions situated closer to the imperial heartland. The economic costs associated with maintaining Roman authority over Dacia escalated dramatically as military expenditures soared, while the province's productive capacity simultaneously declined due to incessant warfare and widespread population displacement. Gold mining operations, which had historically provided the paramount economic justification for Roman occupation, suffered significant disruption as barbarian raids systematically targeted crucial mining installations and the indispensable transportation networks required for conveying precious metals to imperial mints and treasuries. Agricultural production throughout the province plummeted as rural populations either sought refuge within fortified enclaves or entirely abandoned the region, thereby shrinking the vital tax base essential for sustaining military expenses. Concurrently, urban centers across Roman Dacia experienced a pronounced demographic contraction, as both long-standing Roman colonists and the assimilated Romanized populace migrated in pursuit of greater stability in more secure regions within the wider empire. Archaeological evidence gleaned from major urban centers such as Apulum, Ulpia Traiana, and Sarmizegetusa unequivocally indicates a marked decrease in construction endeavors. The desertion of residential quarters and the implementation of defensive alterations to public edifices, all clear indicators of the rapidly deteriorating security climate. The sophisticated urban infrastructure, once a proud emblem of Roman civilizational triumphs in Dacia, progressively succumbed to decay as essential maintenance funds were redirected towards pressing military imperatives, and a dwindling population diminished the demand for municipal provisions. Imperial decision-making regarding Dacia's future necessitated intricate deliberations, weighing the province's inherent economic worth against the escalating expenditures of perpetual defense and the broader strategic repercussions of relinquishing the territory. Emperor Aurelian's definitive evaluation concluded that Dacia had transmuted into a strategic encumbrance, siphoning off precious military assets vital for more critical frontier protection, while simultaneously yielding insufficient economic dividends to warrant ongoing imperial commitment. The emperor was acutely aware that the abandonment of Dacia would undoubtedly engender significant propaganda challenges and could potentially embolden further barbarian incursions across other imperial borders. Nevertheless, the viable alternatives presented themselves as even more fraught with difficulty, considering the empire's finite resources and the overwhelming array of concurrent threats it faced. The implementation of the withdrawal from Dacia proceeded systematically, as Roman administrators meticulously orchestrated the evacuation of Roman citizens, military contingents, and all movable assets. Simultaneously, they undertook the deliberate destruction of any installations that could potentially prove advantageous to barbarian usurpers. Roman engineers methodically dismantled fortifications, essential mining apparatus, and crucial transportation networks to preclude their exploitation by hostile entities, while military formations conducted disciplined withdrawals, ensuring the protection of civilian evacuees during their arduous transit to more secure imperial territories. The intricate evacuation operation necessitated meticulous coordination among military strategists, civilian governors, and indigenous leaders, who were tasked with harmonizing imperative security protocols with formidable logistical challenges and sensitive political imperatives. The subsequent resettlement of Dacian evacuees was predominantly carried out in the Moesian provinces, situated south of the Danube River. Here, imperial authorities meticulously established fresh settlements, engineered to allow these populations to preserve their distinctive Dacian cultural identity while concurrently facilitating their integration into the established provincial frameworks. The newly constituted province of Dacia Aureliana offered a vital administrative scaffold for these relocated communities, thereby upholding the symbolic persistence of Roman identity despite the physical relinquishment of territory. Further, archaeological findings from these resettlement zones provide compelling indications that the evacuees brought with them substantial portable assets and steadfastly adhered to unique cultural traditions that sharply differentiated them from the pre-existing provincial inhabitants. The profound, far-reaching ramifications of the Roman withdrawal from Dacia transcended immediate strategic and economic considerations. This epical event fundamentally reshaped the demographic and cultural tapestry of southeastern Europe, charting a course that would dictate regional evolution for many centuries. The cessation of structured Roman administration and military guardianship precipitated the emergence of power vacuums, into which diverse barbarian groups vigorously vied for supremacy. This fierce competition instigated intricate population migrations and extensive territorial realignments, ultimately forging novel political and cultural paradigms across the entire Carpathian Basin. The subsequent Gothic colonization of the former Roman Dacian territories unfolded as a gradual process. These Germanic peoples progressively asserted dominion over key strategic points, simultaneously acclimating themselves to the agricultural and economic prospects inherent in regions previously cultivated under Roman governance. Gothic communities judiciously repurposed extant Roman infrastructure where it remained operational, concurrently fashioning their own distinctive settlement configurations and economic enterprises that mirrored their indigenous cultural heritage and specific environmental adjustments. The amalgamation of Gothic groups alongside residual Romanized inhabitants and native populations fostered an intricate cultural synthesis, giving rise to novel, composite societies imbued with unique attributes. Within the annals of southeastern European historiography, the debate concerning demographic persistence versus disruption in Dacia following the Roman withdrawal stands as one of the most vigorously contested subjects, carrying significant ramifications for comprehending the foundational roots of subsequent Romanian national identity and its evolving cultural trajectory. Proponents of the continuity theory assert that substantial Romanized communities persisted within Dacia even after the imperial forces retreated, thereby preserving Latin-derived linguistic and cultural customs, which served as the bedrock for the eventual formation of the Romanian ethnic identity. Supporting this viewpoint, archaeological findings encompass tangible artifacts displaying uninterrupted developmental trajectories, evidence of continuous occupation at various settlement locations, and cultural rituals that seemingly span the divide separating the Roman epoch from the medieval era. Conversely, advocates of the migration theory contend that the Roman withdrawal entailed a thorough depopulation, leaving Dacia largely uninhabited until subsequent influxes of Slavic and other migrating peoples arrived. These newcomers, it is posited, later assimilated Latin-derived linguistic components through interaction with extant Romance-speaking enclaves in adjacent territories. This particular understanding underscores the profound societal upheaval precipitated by barbarian incursions, the methodical character of Roman evacuation protocols, and the paucity of archaeological indications for an uninterrupted human presence at numerous sites during the interval between the late Roman and early medieval epochs. The linguistic corroboration pertinent to Daco-Romanian continuity encompasses a meticulous examination of substrate components embedded within the Romanian language, potentially originating from pre-Roman Dacian tongues, alongside Latin linguistic evolutions that might mirror indigenous environmental and cultural impacts. Furthermore, it considers the spatial arrangement of Romanian-speaking communities in juxtaposition with ancient territorial demarcations. Distinctive Romanian linguistic characteristics bolstering the arguments for continuity include specific phonological transformations, conceivably indicative of a Dacian substrate impact, lexical entries that seemingly stem from regional rather than canonical Latin origins, and syntactic frameworks that could signal non-Latin linguistic contributions during the genesis of the Romanian ethnic identity. Throughout the course of the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeological findings profoundly transformed scholarly comprehension of Dacian civilization, simultaneously furnishing vital evidence for ongoing discussions regarding cultural unbrokenness and population shifts subsequent to the Roman retreat. Methodical digs conducted at prominent Dacian locations have brought to light intricate urban layouts, refined metallurgical methodologies, elaborate sacred edifices, and expansive commercial pathways, all of which unequivocally attest to the elevated degree of cultural advancement attained by Dacian society prior to its subjugation by Rome. The archaeological campaigns at Sarmizegetusa Regia, principally carried out during the mid-20th century, brought to light substantial architectural vestiges that underscored the sophisticated nature of Dacian urban design and sacred building practices. Within its hallowed enclosure, numerous temple complexes constructed from meticulously cut stone blocks were discovered, alongside circular sanctuaries precisely oriented with celestial events, and rectilinear edifices potentially fulfilling administrative or ritualistic roles. The caliber of the stonework and the ingenuity of the architectural schemata exhibited at Sarmizegetusa Regia stood in competition with concurrent Roman construction methods. Yet they retained uniquely Dacian stylistic and practical attributes. Further archaeological inquiries at other significant Dacian strongholds, such as Costești, Cetățuia, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșia, have illuminated the vast scope and intricate design of Dacian defensive networks, concurrently offering insights into the societal structure and economic endeavors that sustained these martial outposts. The distinctive Muris Dacicus building technique, meticulously uncovered through archaeological scrutiny, showcased inventive engineering strategies that resulted in defensive ramparts, often surpassing contemporaneous Roman fortification approaches in efficacy. The seamless incorporation of layered defensive perimeters, advanced hydrological management systems, and residential quarters within these fortified compounds evinced extensive strategic foresight, capable of sustaining substantial populations through protracted siege scenarios. Artifacts recovered from Dacian archaeological locations have yielded comprehensive testimony concerning the artisanal manufacture, artistic prowess, and technological ingenuity that epitomized Dacian civilization during its apex. Metal-crafted objects unequivocally exhibit sophisticated methods for fabricating both functional and ornamental items, with a notable mastery in the manipulation of gold and silver, which speaks volumes about both their technical expertise and refined aesthetic sensibilities. Concurrently, ceramic fabrication unveiled unique Dacian pottery customs, alongside a discerning assimilation of external inspirations gleaned from commercial interactions and cross-cultural dialogue. Sacred artifacts unearthed at Dacian locales have cast light upon the spiritual convictions and ceremonial customs that furnished both cultural unity and governmental sanction within Dacian society. Offerings of devotion, ritualistic containers, and structural components linked to religious edifices collectively illustrate the paramount significance of Zamolxian veneration in shaping Dacian cultural identity, simultaneously exposing the intricate theological frameworks and precise ritualistic methodologies that distinguished Dacian religious observance. The seamless fusion of ecclesiastical and secular power, palpably evident in the archaeological record, aids in elucidating the potency of Dacian opposition to Roman expansionism and the enduring resilience of their cultural selfhood, even in the face of military vanquishment. Contemporary academic inquiry into Dacian civilization has reaped considerable advantages from multidisciplinary methodologies, which integrate archaeological findings with linguistic scrutiny, comparative cultural examinations, and critical evaluation of historical documents, all aimed at fostering a more holistic grasp of Dacian society and its enduring historical import. Romanian academics have notably contributed to Dacian scholarship. However, their endeavors have occasionally been colored by nationalistic viewpoints that accentuate cultural unbrokenness and Romanian ethnic genesis in manners that could potentially impair impartial historical assessment. Global academic partnerships have significantly enriched Dacian research by introducing a multitude of methodological frameworks and theoretical viewpoints to address intricate historical inquiries, concurrently mitigating the impact of nationalistic leanings that have, at times, pervaded local scholarly endeavors. Comparative analyses contrasting Dacian material culture with contemporaneous Celtic, Germanic, and Thracian practices have furnished more expansive frameworks for apprehending Dacian cultural evolution, simultaneously pinpointing singular attributes that distinguish Dacian civilization as unparalleled amidst the ancient societies of Europe. The evolution of Dacian studies into a distinct academic discipline has been characterized by persistent discussions concerning methodological approaches, the elucidation of evidence, and the intricate interplay between archaeological data and extant historical records. Initial scholars predominantly leaned upon classical literary accounts, which frequently offered prejudiced or fragmented insights into Dacian society, while contemporary investigators have increasingly prioritized archaeological findings capable of yielding more impartial perspectives on Dacian cultural customs and societal arrangements. The synthesis of archaeological and textual proofs persistently poses difficulties, necessitating meticulous methodological scrutiny and rigorous assessment of source veracity. The place of Dacian patrimony in the construction of modern Romanian national identity stands as a salient illustration of how ancient historical narratives have been strategically deployed within the nation-building endeavors of the 19th and 20th centuries. Romanian intellectuals and prominent political figures have persistently underscored the profound linkages between the venerable Dacian civilization and contemporary Romanian culture, positing these connections as fundamental underpinnings for asserting national identity and validating territorial claims. This particular nationalistic reading of Dacian history has permeated educational frameworks, cultural establishments, and political rhetoric, occasionally leading to the prioritization of ideological aims above factual precision. The process of mythologizing Dacian history and Romanian national culture has engendered epic tales that highlight Dacian defiance against Roman imperial ambitions, concurrently depicting Decebalus as a staunch defender of ancestral Romanian lands against external subjugation. Such mythological constructions frequently oversimplify intricate historical developments, simultaneously superimposing contemporary nationalist paradigms onto ancient civilizations that functioned under distinct political and cultural tenets. The enduring presence of these legendary components within popular culture and political discourse vividly illustrates the profound sway that historical narratives exert over present-day identity construction and the galvanization of political movements. Educational directives within contemporary Romania have steadfastly underscored Dacian history as a cornerstone of Romanian national identity, concurrently championing continuity theories that bolster assertions of Romanian ethnic genuineness and justifiable territorial dominion. Academic texts for schools and university syllabi have customarily posited Daco-Romanian continuity as an undisputed historical reality rather than a speculative academic proposition, thereby cultivating pedagogical settings that tend to impede rigorous scrutiny of divergent perspectives. These diverse interpretations have profoundly shaped multiple generations of Romanian citizens, simultaneously fostering nationalist political movements that skillfully employ historical assertions to achieve current political objectives. Across Romania, various cultural institutions have assiduously championed Dacian heritage, presenting it through an array of museums, monumental structures, vibrant festivals, and compelling artistic productions that collectively extol the venerable achievements of the ancient Dacians. Within this context, the esteemed National Museum of Romanian History in Bucharest prominently showcases extensive collections pertaining to Dacian civilization, meticulously presenting archaeological discoveries within carefully constructed interpretive frameworks. These narratives are designed to underscore themes of profound cultural continuity and an unwavering sense of national identity, thereby drawing clear links with contemporary Romanian culture. Concurrently, regional museums situated throughout Transylvania and other territories historically inhabited by the Dacians have curated specialized exhibitions. These displays not only highlight local connections to the ancient Dacian civilization, but also actively support the burgeoning cultural tourism sector and contribute significantly to the formation of distinct regional identities. The strategic appropriation of Dacian history for political ends has manifested in various iterations throughout Romania's modern historical trajectory. Different political factions and their leaders have selectively emphasized particular facets of Dacian heritage that conveniently bolstered their specific ideological tenets and proposed policy agendas. Notably, during the communist era, Nicolae Ceausescu's regime particularly accentuated Dacian themes. This emphasis served as a deliberate counter-narrative to Soviet-influenced historical accounts, instead promoting a vision of Romanian independence and cultural authenticity within the geopolitical confines of the Eastern Bloc. Following the collapse of communism, Romanian politics has persistently invoked Dacian heritage in critical national dialogues concerning European integration, the intricate issue of minority rights, and ongoing territorial disputes with neighboring states. Simultaneously, contemporary archaeological investigations continue to yield fresh evidence regarding Dacian civilization, thereby enriching and stimulating ongoing scholarly discourse. These debates critically examine concepts such as cultural continuity, patterns of demographic change, and the intricate relationship between ancient and modern populations inhabiting southeastern Europe. Recent archaeological breakthroughs at sites like Roșia, Montana, for instance, have unearthed compelling new evidence pointing to highly sophisticated Dacian mining operations. These discoveries, however, simultaneously ignite contemporary political discussions surrounding crucial issues of environmental protection and the imperative of cultural heritage preservation. The judicious incorporation of advanced scientific methodologies, including precise radiocarbon dating, intricate DNA analysis, and comprehensive geographic information systems, has markedly augmented archaeological research capabilities, consequently furnishing novel categories of evidence for nuanced historical interpretation. The enduring legacy of Dacian civilization transcends the confines of purely academic historical research and the machinations of nationalist political movements. It extends its influence into contemporary cultural production, drives the development of tourism, and shapes international perceptions of Romanian history and identity. Popular culture, through its varied representations of Dacian history in cinematic productions, literary novels, and other media, has successfully cultivated widespread public awareness of ancient Dacian accomplishments. However, it often concurrently perpetuates mythological interpretations that may, at times, diverge significantly from rigorous scholarly historical understanding. Moreover, cultural tourism predicated on Dacian heritage has attained considerable economic significance for those regions endowed with major archaeological sites. This economic impetus, in turn, creates vital incentives for the diligent preservation of heritage and for robust public education initiatives concerning ancient history. International scholarly acknowledgement of Dacian civilization's profound historical importance has witnessed a substantial ascent as archaeological research progressively unveils the remarkable sophistication and complexity inherent in Dacian society, unequivocally demonstrating its pivotal role in the broader cultural evolution of ancient Europe. The prestigious UNESCO World Heritage designation bestowed upon the Dacian fortresses of the Hallstatt Mountains has conferred significant international recognition upon these invaluable archaeological sites. This designation has simultaneously established rigorous preservation standards and actively encouraged further scholarly research. A vibrant ecosystem of academic conferences, specialized publications, and collaborative research projects has fostered intricate international networks among scholars who are dedicated to exploring various facets of Dacian history and archaeology. The persistent and profound fascination with Dacian civilization is a testament not only to the extraordinary achievements of this ancient society, but also to the contemporary salience of questions pertaining to cultural identity, the intricate concept of historical continuity, and the complex interplay between ancient heritage and modern national consciousness. The Dacians forged a highly sophisticated civilization that for generations remarkably resisted the relentless expansion of the Roman Empire, concurrently cultivating distinctive cultural traditions that left an indelible mark on subsequent historical developments across southeastern Europe. Their eventual subjugation by Rome signified far more than a mere military defeat. It represented the fundamental transformation of an entire cultural landscape, a region that would never again attain the unique political unity and profound cultural distinctiveness that had so powerfully characterized the formidable kingdom of Dacia. The profound historical impact of Dacian civilization stretches considerably beyond the temporal boundaries of their political autonomy, profoundly influencing cultural evolution, demographic patterns, and the very fabric of historical consciousness throughout southeastern Europe. These influences continue to resonate with palpable force in contemporary political and cultural discourse. Whether through direct lineage of populations, the subtle mechanisms of cultural transmission, or the enduring power of historical memory, the legacy of the Dacians remains an indispensable force in deciphering the intricate historical processes that have fundamentally shaped modern Romania and the broader Carpathian region. The continuous scholarly inquiry into Dacian history and archaeology serves as a vital guarantee that our understanding of this remarkable civilization will perpetually evolve, thereby enriching our collective knowledge about ancient European societies and their enduring, multifaceted influence on the subsequent trajectory of historical development. The endeavor to thoroughly paraphrase a given text, while meticulously adhering to a stringent set of guidelines, fundamentally necessitates the provision of a complete and substantive original passage. In this particular instance, the input presented, comprising solely the phrase historical development, regrettably lacks the requisite depth and breadth for a comprehensive reinterpretation. To effectively maintain the stipulated length of the paraphrased text, to expand upon the thoughts with illustrative details and pertinent examples, and to faithfully preserve the original paragraphing along with the intricate sequence of ideas, a more extensive foundation of prose is unequivocally indispensable. Without a foundational text to elaborate upon, the intricate process of language enrichment, the judicious application of diverse grammatical structures, and the cultivation of an engaging and lively narrative become inherently unachievable. This absence consequently precludes the fulfillment of the detailed instructions concerning the maintenance of structural integrity, the nuanced expansion of conceptual frameworks, and the precise alignment of the main idea with an original source. Consequently, the assigned objective, as presently framed by the limited input, cannot be adequately accomplished.